just today, and it looks like he's trending in the right direction. I think, Mark, you believe that he will play tomorrow, which
feels that way. But
yeah,
I don't know.
It's great.
Steve Kerr in an hour.
Yep.
Oh, so, wow. Early. Okay.
Yeah,
Sweet.
We'll ask.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you see Slater's piece in The Athletic about it?
Yeah.
And we were having some fun with it. Jimmy Butler said nothing bad. FOE, Mark. Family over everything. But when you hear a guy or a gal talk about them using a card that a lot of people don't have access to, the juice card, it just reads different. So I'm telling Steiny, he misses his kids. He got traded. But when you say, hey, Steiny, I told Kerr I was leaving and anybody going to stop me? It's just kind of like, it's interesting. Nothing bad. I ain't making nothing up. He did nothing wrong, but it's like Jimmy walks to his own drum. That's all.
Or maybe the Warriors walk to their own drum. I mean, Jimmy says that's what he loves so much about the Warriors is that if you're a veteran and you look them in the eye and say, I need to go do this today, they go, fine, we got you. And actually, I'm a big believer in that in life. You can get away with all kinds of stuff if you earn it first. You earned it first. I hate, we did this. Didn't we talk about this a little bit last week? I can't stand it when people are going to treat everybody the same. No, you don't.
Oh, wow.
No, you don't. Some people earn, the comp I give, and Dibbs and I have talked about this a lot. When I'm grading papers for those classes I teach, if you're at 89.4%, right? And you hit me with or if you hit me the day of an assignment and that's due, and you're like, look, here's what's going on. Some stuff's going down. I need an extra 24 hours. If you're an A student, dude, you got it. Wow. You got it. If you're a C- student, GTFOH. Yeah. I don't believe you. I don't believe what you're telling me. I think you're lying to me because you've missed all of your other assignments. So, right, Jimmy, the veterans, if you earn it, then you get that. Go do what you need to do. I like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to I'm looking up the quote right now. I'm not ignoring you guys.
To get yours on. But he didn't say anything wrong, but when you say to the masses, I was going regardless, it's like, you didn't have to say that part, even though you would have did it. But it's almost like, well, what if they would have said, hey, Willard, we need you. You can't do that. Then it gets combusted.
Right.
I mean, and that's like when you said it's not bad. Well, it's not good either. And I get it. Butler's his own man, Dibbs, but that was the one that hit me when Slater said, well, were you a little concerned about what Steve Kerr's reaction would be? And he said, no, I would have gone anyway.
Right. I mean, Steve Kerr told us that he had actually never met Jimmy before they actually signed him. They'd never met. So, if you're Jimmy Butler and you're going to go anyway, you're figuring out where you're going to go. And so you're going to come here and they're going to deal with that because that's the way it goes in the NBA. Right. If you're a star player, and he is, then you've got all the muscle. And, he forced Pat Riley's hand. Think about that. And the Heat culture that we all want to revere. And he was able to, call them on the carpet. They suspended him, 3 times? And finally, indefinitely? And still they had to do what he wanted? That's a flex.
And what do you think this means?
That's a great word.
And I'll throw this to Willard, too. He quotes Butler, and he says, then he goes, this is Slater's words, Butler makes it clear this wasn't a request. It was a courtesy alert.
I
don't know. Slater doesn't say that unless Butler says, yeah. Well, I was just telling him I was leaving one way or the other. What do you mean? What if he would have said no?
Let me throw it to us here in the room.
Okay.
Got you. Something, and we've all had this. All 4 of us have had this in the last handful of months. Something comes up that you feel requires your presence that is family related. Okay. When you let the boss know, are you asking him or are you telling him?
Oh, you're asking.
See, I feel like I'm telling him.
It depends on how severe it is.
I'm with Dick.
It depends on the severity.
Well, but that's up to me. That's up to us.
Right.
If my family requires my presence, I am going to give you the courtesy of letting you know, and I'm also going to say, as I would hope, as my boss, our relationship is in a spot where you trust that if I'm saying I got to go, I got to go.
No doubt.
I don't want to answer questions about it either.
Wow.
I don't want, do you need to go? Wait a minute. Do you really? I wouldn't, you know me, I'm not leaving here unless I really need to go.
Yeah. And I'm being real, and it's happened, like you said, to all of us. And I'm like Dibs. I say what's going on and where I need to be predicated on, I'm assuming we're in a good place to where, this is so serious. Mm-hmm. I don't have to follow up if you say, hey, Dibs, we can't, you got what's, that's never happened. And that's
right.
But I always have respect for the game and the job to know it could, but I would do a Jimmy if I were to be, hey, you can't get to Norm for whatever reason. I'm getting to Norm, but I don't make the call saying it like that with that mustard on it like, hey, Nahegan.
Especially to a new team.
And that, I guess, Willard, when you said he earned it, had he earned it here?
Well, but he's Jimmy Butler.
So he's earned it.
I would say
Butler. The larger company is the NBA.
No, I'm just asking.
Butler.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I also feel like it's the first time he was Jimmy Butler.
I see that.
Clearly they're okay with him doing some traveling by himself. Hey, if you can make it on the team playing dynamite, if not, that's not a big deal. But I do think, he just got here. Everything's going well. Hey, I got to get back to Miami, see my family. Steve Kerr's like, do it. Take care of your business. We'll see what happens moving forward next year, the year after. Is this a pattern? Does he, it's the first time. Go ahead. Deal with your family. You just got traded.
Right.
That stinks. You got to move cross country. Take care of it. We'll see you next week.
It just depends on how much he wants to leverage that. And, if he wants to, hey, I got to get to OKC. My buddy from college is going to be there early. Or, it depends on how many times he wants to flex on that. But this one's easy. Like, I have to get back, my family, Miami, day early, whatever. Perfect. No problem. You go ahead and do it. But you start to allow that on a larger scale. It could be a slippery slope. But the beauty of this team is that you've got two other veterans who have been doing things a certain way. So I don't think that Jimmy wants to step out of that boundary right away.
And I got to be careful because this is not a demerit towards Jimmy, but there are people out there waiting for Jimmy to be Jimmy. And I'm like, he got paid. He loves where he's at, especially after what he just went through. I don't see that happening anytime soon. And I don't believe anything I read in the article, merited where I'm going. But the other night after the Toronto game, they wanted him now I got to be careful here. They wanted him to do the interview and he just bonked out. Like, that's Jimmy being Jimmy. So I do wonder, had that conversation of him telling them, hey, I got to go see my kids, been differently, then that tells me the ingredients of combustibility is still there, but I sound like a hater because it's not there, Goose. So why are you talking like, well, what if it did? Because when you say, I didn't need clearance, I was doing it anyway, it's kind of like,
see, I think
the little bit of the Miami Jimmy.
Yeah,
I'm just
saying.
That's
exactly it. This is where reputation comes into play that I think is unfair. This is like a Draymond Green technical. If somebody else gets a technical, you're just like, oh, it's technical. But when Draymond gets a technical, it's like, we got to do 2 hours about this on the radio tomorrow because Draymond Green got a technical, and here comes Draymond being Draymond. You know who else didn't do interviews? When's the last time Andrew Wiggins came on this station? How many years was he here?
Yeah, quite a while.
Okay, he told the PR staff upon arrival, not into it. Okay, not into it. But we never said a word about that. Like, never would someone be like, Andrew's a diva.
Yeah, and he's done it. Jimmy has, but just this
he's
one,
he's not a diva. The point is like, I'm not, if I'm the Warriors, I'm not bringing in accomplished players who are veterans and telling them, you now need to conform to all of the things that we want
like
you to
Miami did. Ramona called them the Army almost. That was the greatest comp ever.
Yeah. And I think he has a point where he's like, heat culture goes as far as you have good players. You have good players, it works. How's heat culture when you have a 10-game losing streak?
Man. Wig had 40.
Wiggs.
Yeah.
He's good.
Hey, Wig.
He's good. He's good. Yeah.
Yes, I did the legal, Lucas. Thank you.
Lucas has it. He's got a.
The director is back.
No.
Did you run into Lou?
He's got mental block.
Did you go to Summerlin again, or were you in Vegas?
We were at Paris, which is right kind of diagonal from Caesars and the Cosmo. Good little sports book. A lot of fun. I met a group of young people from Texas Tech, which was pretty fun.
Red Raiders.
And the young man had Arkansas on the money line in that must have been Saturday's game.
He hit that.
Yeah, and he had a lot on it.
Right.
So it's pretty fun to see a young person like really sweating because I'm out there nickel diming it.
Right.
Shout out Billy Raftery, nickel dimer. Wow. I'm out there, just trying to move the chains, but this kid was elbows deep in the Razorbacks. Wow. And it was, Arkansas St. John's, which was the big matchup, Calipari and Patino. And score one for your guy, Calipari. Yes. And he's the second coach ever to bring 4 schools to a Sweet 16.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That's an interesting one.
I'm trying to think of where he was before Kentucky.
UMass.
Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot he was in
Kentucky.
Yes.
Arkansas.
But between UMass and Kentucky, I believe there was a stop.
Yeah, I think you're right. And it had to be a Big East school.
I think it was Memphis.
It
was Memphis.
Great call.
Yes.
Yeah. Great call. Yep. That's who it was.
And then who's the other coach?
Let me Google because I was at that point looking at the graphic. It was a one eye. I was probably in one eye mode.
Well, there's another coach who's taking 4 teams to the Sweet 16.
Let's see if you get it.
I need a hint, but I think it's somebody fairly recent.
I can give you the teams, and you can tell me if you can come up with it.
I love this.
I know you do. It is. Hold on, let me. Totally.
This coach, I'm not cheating either.
It's not Musselman because you know that.
No,
that's not enough.
This coach took 4 different schools to the Sweet 16.
My guy, Sonny, coached in Kentucky, but it was 2 places before that.
Sonny Vaccaro?
No, the black guy.
Sonny Liston.
The black guy.
What am I thinking of?
Sonny
Was it Sonny? No, maybe it wasn't Sonny.
It's Eddie Sutton.
No, that's not.
The correct answer is Eddie Sutton.
Oh, wow.
And he's a white guy.
That had to be who you're thinking of, Eddie.
You're thinking of Shaka Smart.
No, I'm thinking of who's the guy who coached at Kentucky.
I don't want to do the dip.
He followed up.
Eddie Sutton's not with us anymore, is he?
Said Sutton.
Light skin.
He said USF.
Yeah, that was his last stop. Eddie Sutton was Creighton, Arkansas, Kentucky, and of course Oklahoma State.
Yeah, see, that's
the
Cowboys. A little before our time. At least some of us.
How's your bracket doing? Steiny,
not very good.
Number 1 for KPIX. I'm at 98. I got 98 points. He has 100.
Want to know who's number 1 at 95.7 the game?
Tell me.
That would be the lovely Christy.
I go, is this her? I saw, look.
Is it her?
Watch her win it. Yeah, no, I go, is that our Christy? I go, yeah, she's in it.
She wrote her name as Christy soon to be Willard. You still had questions?
I need my readers. I didn't see that part. Soon to be.
You do need your readers.
It wasn't
What
Sonny.
if she wins it?
It was Tubby.
Oh,
Tubby Smith.
Tubby.
Yeah.
I would have. The brother.
That was a good effort.
Or these black guy.
Yeah. A quick aside, because I've been meaning to mention this to you, Steiny, for a week or more, because we always talk about an old core of NBA players going on a run, and I look at the Bulls and their last title that they won in 1998. You had Rodman at 37, Jordan was 35, Harper 34 and a half, and Scottie Pippen was almost 33. So that might be the closest comp to
I think it is.
What they're trying to do. And I know that this was number 6 of 6. And Steve Kerr, by the way, 2 days younger than Scottie Pippen, also 32, almost to be 33 in that run. But Rodman was 37, like a hard 37. And we forget about Ron Harper, who was
Hollywood
34 and a half in that team. And, Michael Jordan, of course, was already 35 and a half. So as far as an older core, it has been done. They did benefit, though, from 2 things. One,
Jordan.
Not as much depth in a conference. And they also had a best of 5 in the first round.
It's true.
So they went 3-0, 4-1, 4-3 over Indiana. And and then they beat the Jazz in 6. So
now, go ahead.
That's the closest comp. Yeah,
and Steve Kerr's joining us at what time?
3 o'clock.
3
1
o'clock.
hour, yeah.
early.
1 hour.
So what did you make of Kuminga's night? Because he's so
don't ask him
polarizing.
about Kuminga.
No, I am because
Don't ask him
it's
saying
like
Steve Kerr.
you either hate him or love him, and I don't understand why we just can't have and we're trying to, just a conversation about him, but 16 points and then 7 minutes in the second half.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on that?
Well, I really, really like the player. I like the pick. I like the player. But when you are at that spot, you've got to do more. You've got to rebound. You've got to defend. You've got to be more of a factor. It felt to me like Andrew Wiggins a little bit, or Jonathan Wiggins would have been better.
Just trying to cook.
He was just coasting. And in that third quarter, he was in there and he was just kind of floating. And you watch on defense, and I've watched the game back now twice.
Yeah.
I was in Vegas. I missed it. I recorded it. I've watched it twice. Shout out Guru in the lab. So many possessions on defense. He's just standing there, arms by his side, watching. And you need to get in the mix. And I don't know if you know this, but he committed no fouls.
I told Stoney that.
No fouls.
22 minutes.
How do you play 22 minutes in a game without Steph and against a team that is absolutely fricasseeing you? You're getting barbecued, and you can't even get in there and get in the mix?
Can I go to your premise? You said, and I know you're just rolling through a setup. You either love him or hate him.
No,
Great
that's
setup,
how people call in or acting.
Shout
out 50 Cent.
I hate it, Willard.
I can't
him or love him.
stand it.
What do you call that?
I call it Kobe Shaq because I've been through that. We did this. This is what happened in L.A. You had to pick a side. Why do you have to pick a side?
That's all I've been trying to say.
Why does there have to be sides? In fact, I'd argue you're nuts if you're that intense on either side about Kuminga. There's no way you can hate him, and there's no way you can love everything about him. And
why are you looking at me?
No,
you put your
I like Kuminga. He's not ready. I like Kuminga. He's not ready to play a big role on a championship team.
Okay,
he's going to get the opportunity, Will.
Is he?
I think that's where we're headed.
Why? Why does it have to be that way? That would be my only thing. My focus is not on Jonathan Kuminga. It's on the Warriors. And I'm confused that it seems difficult for some.
Because he's a part of the Warriors.
So are the people he's replacing. And I want the Warriors to win the games.
I'm with you.
That's it. So whoever's going to take them there, that's it. And I personally, I don't have any space right now for the development or the that's hurtful. I hope we're not there. But
I'll leave you with this. I feel like they can't get to that plateau without him.
And I've been wanting to ask you this all week and definitely all day. What's your evidence of that?
It's hope.
Okay.
That'll do it.
If you just give me that it's just...
Oh, there's no...
Shout out Arkansas.
So the frustration, I'm frustrated with what I'm...
There's no evidence of that.
And that's getting scary because time is ticking, and game one will be here. You are just
purposefully waited to bring up Kuminga at 2:08 to see how long we could keep you here.
Let me tell you,
It's 2:12. Steve Kerr, 48 minutes.
I can't wait.
You have any questions for him?
No, don't ask him about Kuminga. Because there's really nothing about. There's nothing.
Of course there is.
What?
Do you hate Kuminga?
Exactly.
What happened to him Saturday second half?
Hey, Steve, we're really focused on the ninth man.
How about
how's Jonathan?
He's not a ninth.
How about is he still considered a young player?
Oh, he definitely is.
Is he?
But Willard,
How many other NBA players
what
who
you're
are
selling,
in year
man.
4 do we talk about
I
him like
just
this?
I said that.
Look at Jermaine O'Neal's start of his career.
Okay.
Like, that's who I kind of compare him to.
And we spoke about him in year 4 like this.
But Dibs, there are no others.
He didn't play for Portland.
I know.
It's a great one, but there are no others.
Kuminga has shown more in 4 years than Jermaine O'Neal did.
He's got more time, too.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
I'm trying to figure out when someone's supposed to fly. 4 years.
I'm there
practicing every day with this.
I'm there
team.
now. I think that's very fair and valid.
I know he's 22.
I think it's another 5 years. I do.
For God's
sake.
sake.
He was a project.
Yep.
Well, right, but how long does the project?
About 4.
The due date is here.
And you're responsible for having the project further than it is. It's not just all on him.
Well, then Don't draft a project onto a championship
Then you
team.
got to play him. I mean, you can't.
And he's going to continue, and he's been playing.
Right.
Except Saturday, I was like,
a little bit.
He played 22 minutes.
Willard, I didn't cry
plenty.
when he wasn't in there.
Yep.
It was just a thought like, oh, okay.
Ooh, I got you here all the way to 214.
Like he wants
All right,
to-
gents. Jonathan
All right,
Kuminga.
yeah, all right.
Good luck to you
Yeah.
on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh,
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's get this week started. Steve Kerr, 45 minutes. Welcome back, dude.
Hey, thank you. I haven't talked to you in a long time.
You look clean.
I didn't.
I mean, there were a few text messages.
Did I?
I don't know. I don't know. Well, I stopped listening because they weren't hitting.
I mean,
The system was working before you left.
yeah.
And then the system stopped working, so I'm just
Led
like,
Zeppelin has a song, Good Times, Bad Times.
Yeah.
I know I've had my share.
that's right.
And, Thursday was bad.
I ain't mad at
Friday
you.
was better. Saturday was good until St. Mary's, Alabama, first half under. St. Mary's with a foul with 1.1 to go, unnecessarily. Like, can we not foul? And that's just a classic. And I love Randy Bennett, and I respect the program, but you go up against a team like that, and that's where, and I'll just do 30 seconds on the tournament. The tournament may be over as we know it. Cinderella is dead. The glass slipper has broken.
I know that's everybody's
She stepped
take.
on it. She tore her Achilles.
I don't buy
and
it.
her foot is bloody.
I don't buy it,
It
but
is
I also
over.
but I don't really think that should be something people worry about. I like
I'm not worried about
No,
it, but the whole
everybody-
idea of like,
everybody wants upsets and Cinderellas.
Right,
I'm
the
like, I
bracket
don't. I
buster.
want good games in the second week. Give me the good teams.
right.
Like that's fun that McNeese State has this cool boombox guy named Aura. You know what wasn't cool? Their effort in their second game. You sucked. You got blown off the floor.
Right.
Give me good teams. I want the good teams there in the end.
Well, and I wonder about the ratings for these good teams
Yeah.
on Thursday and Friday because most of us don't know like the leading scorer on Tennessee and who's Florida's best player.
I don't know anything about any
Like,
of them.
Cooper Flagg.
Period.
If you watch Duke and you watched him, the dude can play. Left hand, right hand.
Yeah, he can play.
Scored all three levels, whatever you want to say. And there are other players. Mark Sears at Alabama, the best point guard in the country and all the rest of it. But I wonder if the general audience is going to be drawn to what we have, which is it's basically the SEC tournament.
Yeah. I'm glad you're back.
Yeah, good to be back.
And I
Thrilled.
trust that you had a good time.
I had a good time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even though the pockets came back a little lighter.
You couldn't hear that I was having a
Oh
good
yeah,
time?
but that
Okay.
was only a couple hours in. That's
Oh,
like
yeah,
having like having a 10-point lead in the first quarter and then not checking to see if you held it.
Well,
I
yeah.
don't know where it ended up.
The beauty of my trip is I don't tether my joy to my pockets.
Beautiful. Then you're good.
It's nice to get on the plane and look and go, damn, I did well.
Yeah.
And then this time it was like, yeah, not so great, but boy, did we have fun.
I think it's nice to get on the plane and look
Yeah.
around and be like, I don't know any of you. This is perfect.
well, and I bumped into Mike Silver in the.
Oh, did you really?
So, just quick story. I'm walking through the Vegas airport and I'm not quite ready to come home. And I look over and I think it's Mike Silver. So I do a double take and then I stop in my tracks and I say, Mike! And he snaps his head up because it
Oh,
was
he
him.
tried to draw the foul.
Well, he didn't. I was a little aggressive, and so
Got it.
we spent about 2 minutes of like, "How you doing?" And he's like, "Sorry, I'm in a little bit of Vegas zombie mode." And I said, "Not me, Mick." Anyway,
Anyway.
it's just one of those fun like airport moments. Anyhow,
Yeah, Steve Kerr in 42 minutes. We will ask him about
Can't
Jonathan
wait.
Kuminga and a bunch of other Warriors too, because that's the job and that's what we're going to do. Look, I get that for some reasons, some are evident and some are not, a number of reasons, this player has become the centerpiece lightning rod to the whole thing. And what I want to say today is that it should not be that. It should not be that. We can get to anything that we and you want with regard to whatever anybody wants to say, because what you want to say is welcome here. That's true for me, for Dibs, for you, 888-957-9570. If you have something you want to say, then that is welcome here. With all of that said, I don't want to tell anybody today that JK is good at this and not good at that. I think we can fill those blanks in. Been true for a long time. It's a little bit more intricate than that. Here's what I want to say. I feel like in some way, shape, or form, this conversation is arriving at a spot where we're losing a grip on Warrior basketball. Warrior basketball. That's what this is about. And so I am fully prepared as a fan for the Warriors to play basketball games in which Jonathan Kuminga plays less than 20 minutes if that's what it takes. The same way, I am fully prepared for Jonathan Kuminga to play 35 minutes if that's what it takes. What I don't want to see the Warriors do is play Jonathan Kuminga because they're supposed to. I want this to be a full-blown meritocracy. There are very few games left. They are very important. The Warriors need to win them. And damn it, this has got to stop being about whether JK looked good in the 6th minute and then how did he look in the 18th minute. Now what's happening in the 3rd quarter? Now oh, wait, Steve Kerr hates young people. Here we go. Dummy, you got to stick him out there and let him cook so he can take you 2 months from now to the promise. Stop. This game has got to be won, period. That's what the Warriors need to do when they play. You have to win that game. And if Jonathan is not doing what Coach Kerr thinks he needs to be doing in that given moment, then he sits. And if he is, then he stays. And that's true for a lot of the players. I am fully prepared for Jonathan Kuminga because I would say this period of, well, let's see how he's fitting in. I would say there's very little time for that left. How was he played? How many games now are we at? 7? 6 or 7?
Yep.
Yeah.
It is 6.
Okay.
6 games.
Yeah. You need 2 or 3 more.
Right.
And off we ride, getting your playoff rotation ready, provided that you are still ticketed for the playoffs in some form. I am prepared for him to play fewer minutes if he doesn't earn more. I don't want him to play just because of his name.
And he won't. And that's what you saw on Saturday, where I don't think that he played that well. In the first half, he was scoring. He was doing pretty well, but he was not defending, and no one was defending. So I'm not going to single him out and say he was the reason why they gave up 40 points in the first quarter. Although when he came in, the defense didn't get better. And I thought in that stint in the third quarter, when he came off the bench, he was mostly disinterested. He was not impactful. How do you go an entire 22 minutes of basketball and not commit a foul and only get 2 rebounds? That tells me that you are not in the mix, and you're 6'8", you're a leaper, and you're playing on a team that needs all of that and more. They need somebody to get on the floor. They need somebody to be an aggressive defender. They need somebody to go up there and rebound the basketball, and he didn't do that. And so he didn't play in the fourth quarter. So I think that Steve Kerr is right with you as far as, you're not going to give him a scholarship because it's a contract year and Kuminga's only got 11 more games and he needs this and he needs that and we need to see what we need to see. You need to win games. And I don't know if you're going to win on Saturday anyway. You made a good point about that. Like when you tuned in 3 minutes in and you're like, oh boy.
I just had a feeling going into that. I had a bad feeling about that game on Saturday.
Bad spot. Yep. Long homestand. You did well. You go all the way cross country. Atlanta had been waiting, and Atlanta has been playing pretty well, actually, since Risache has been playing better basketball and Trae Young is shooting it better. And so I do think that Atlanta is quietly a little bit of a tough matchup for the Warriors anyway. So, yes, you're not going to get into a spot where Kuminga is going to get scholarship minutes, but you do still, I think that when he's playing his best, you need him. He gives you something that you don't have elsewhere.
Yeah, maybe.
When he's playing well.
Right. Kind of true about all of them.
But he's been playing well, I think. In these 6 games, you could look at it and say, 4 of the 6, he's played well.
He's had some moments. I don't think any of the games, other than the first one, he's either looked some good and some bad in all of them.
Yeah.
I thought in the first one he looked all good. And ever since that, it's been some good and some bad. Some good moments, some bad moments. I'm not here to kill the kid. I don't think that he's awful at basketball. I don't think the Warriors need to trade him it's none of that at this point. Like, this is just kind of how I look at the end of seasons. It doesn't matter what sport it is. Where are they right now? 11 games left?
Yep.
Okay. I don't care what your name is. If you play well, you stay in the game. If you are not playing with heart and with energy and with drive, there's a spot for you next to the coach. That's how basketball works, baseball, football, and life.
Life.
Period.
Yeah, speak on it.
So, like, I struggle with the idea that Jonathan is different. It's funny when you say, hey, JK is held to a different standard. I could argue that in both directions. Both directions. Like, as in JK needs to be a star to stay on the floor. Well, I would argue that some of you feel like JK should be in the game no matter what just because he's JK and he can jump. I don't think that either. Let's hold all of them to the same standard, except for the set-asides. Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green. Those are future Hall of Famers. They're different. They're different. But outside of that, the rest of you are here to help. And if you're helping, you get more. And if you're not helping, you get less. And so I am fully prepared for Jonathan Kuminga to either really step into this and do well down the stretch, or I am prepared for Jonathan Kuminga to get a big old heaping helping of Tim Lincecum and Pablo Sandoval, which is if we get to the end and you're not in the right spot, you watch. Sit and watch. I mean, honestly, and I don't know where Steve is exactly on this. I have no idea. But there are moments, if you're not going to be an all-around player, if you're not going to defend and you're not going to rebound, hell, I don't care if he gets a DNP. I do not care.
Yeah, I doubt he ever
I doubt it. I'm not suggesting that.
I get it.
I'm suggesting that the Warriors need to win the game.
Of course.
Every night, period.
And I do think that's why he didn't play in the fourth quarter against Atlanta, because he didn't play great in the third, and so they wanted to win the game. They're not trying to just give him 25 or 28 minutes just so that he can stretch his legs out and feel good and play basketball. They're trying to win all these games. And Saturday was a bad mix where you didn't really have other people who were playing well anyway, and so you went with a different group, and Kuminga didn't contribute, and you lost.
All right, we'll let you hear what Steve had to say about this, and then Steve's going to say more about this in 34 minutes because he can be right here live on the air, okay? Dibs is back. We're taking your phone calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. And sure, what is it you want to see the Warriors do going forward about Jonathan Kuminga, his minutes, his style, whatever it is you want to say. And obviously, we can take that to other members of the team, too. That's kind of the whole point. So we'll take your phone calls next. Steve Kerr in a half hour. Glad you're all with us. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most.
Bay Area. This is Jonathan Kuminga. Catch my head coach, Steve Kerr, with Wheeler and Dibs each and every week, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Out of babe, JK. And yeah, Steve Kerr in 27 minutes. I don't love you, JK. I don't hate you, JK. I'm not going to pick a side because I don't want there to be sides. I want whoever is wearing the laundry and is on the court to play very well. And I also, here's one thing that maybe is a little bit intricate that I'd love to throw out there at you. Sometimes, there's a bunch of examples of this in Bay Area sports in just recent years. Sometimes the player that you can't see coming still matters. Sometimes the player who, when you look at him, you're like, well, that's nowhere near as good of an athlete as this guy over here.
Yeah, Jawan Jennings.
Okay.
He was going to be Super Bowl MVP.
Well, how about Brock Purdy versus Trey Lance? One of them is like, whoa, that's an athletic freak. And the other one is a rosy-cheeked kid playing in Iowa who threw too many interceptions and he's short. Well, which one is the one who actually matters in the NFL? And then I'll give you another name. For those of you who hate Steve Kerr, I remember we were here. We were here doing this show with all the people going, can you believe that this guy keeps putting Ty freaking Jerome in the game?
Ty Jerome.
Ty Jerome.
That's your thing.
Has anybody checked in on Ty Jerome? Phenomenal bench player for the Cavaliers.
Mm-hmm. Good little team.
Like, not overstating it when I use the word phenomenal. So when you look at Jonathan Kuminga, 7th pick in the draft, athletic freak, and you go, you're going to play pods over this guy or whatever, Moody, whoever, Guy Santos. Guy Santos doesn't have the talent. I don't care. I don't care who has what measurable. I am looking at the final score on the scoreboard, and I want to know how smart people think you're going to get to the end of the game with a bigger number next to your name than the number that's next to the other team. That is literally the only question we should be asking, especially at this time of year. So that's just the portion of this that I kind of want to reject. I don't care where anyone was drafted. I don't care what their vertical leap is. I don't care. I am fully prepared for any Warrior to sit if it does not appear that that Warrior is pushing the scoreboard higher than another player. That's it.
And I do think that that's what Steve Kerr would tell you in an honest moment. And he's not going to say that today at 3 o'clock. He's going to talk about, JK coming back and what he needs JK to do and how the rotation will continue to evolve. Because we're going to ask him about Guy because he said just a couple of weeks ago, well, I got to play Guy Santos. And then on Saturday, he played Guy Santos 4 minutes. Yep. So that feels to me a little bit like, do you really need to play Guy Santos? Because, Guy is a glue guy, and you could have used a little bit of that hustle and flow on Saturday, and yet he played 4 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm sure he had his reasons for that. I didn't watch the 4 minutes closely enough to know exactly what Guy was doing that night. But here's the comment you're referencing, and it came post-game after that nice win over the Pistons that was like 2.5 weeks ago.
It's a really difficult thing when you are playing really well and then you have a key guy coming back. It's always tough. So I think the idea is just bring him along slowly, play him in short bursts, help him get his rhythm back. But, we've got to keep playing Guy Santos. We've got to keep playing the guys who are helping us win right now. And so usually this stuff has to kind of play out. And so we'll hope that it plays out.
We've got to keep playing Guy Santos. And now he's not playing Guy Santos.
4.5 minutes minus 13. So,
right.
And I know it's small sample, really small sample, but in his first 2-minute stint, he was a -6, and then he put him in for 2 more minutes in the third quarter, and he was a -7. Maybe it's a combo thing where, Guy was out there with guys that it wasn't going to work with Guy. And I know that you can look at that, and Kuminga -18 in 22 minutes. They almost all were a minus, except Jimmy Butler, who was a +11 in almost the entire game that he played. He was a +11 in 38 minutes, and the team was, a minus 20 without him in 10 minutes.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That says a lot right there.
It says a lot about Jimmy being the dude when Steph is out. So you could, pick and pop everyone else who played. Quentin Post actually shot it great.
Wow.
And Moses continues to be a dude. 35 minutes for Moses.
Yeah, so here's the concerning thing Saturday, if you want to, and I don't like doing this for two reasons. One, you're whittling it down to one game and one performance. And two, I do hear some people say, well, we were playing well, and then JK came back, and now we're not playing well. That's unfair. To me, that's unfair.
They're 4-2.
Right. But either way, it's unfair to pin it all on one guy. But if you want to actually take the conversation deeper, here's what would concern me about the Jonathan Kuminga experience specific to Saturday is what you just said. Like a lot of people when Steph got hurt did that whole blessing in disguise. And Grandy and I were like, we reject that. Because now he's going to get some extra rest. And we're like, no, you need your stars. Jimmy Butler was here to play all of the non-Steph minutes. So now when all of the minutes become non-Steph minutes, then you get some non-Jimmy minutes. And how are you doing? And I know there are a lot of people out there who have at least hoped that that's when Jonathan can be like, let me take you for 7 minutes and I'll be your dog. And I'm sorry, how did they do without Jimmy? You said minus what?
Well, they were plus 11 with him in 37 and a half minutes. So 11 and a half minutes without him. They lost the game by 9, so that means they were minus 20.
There you go.
Minus 20 in 11 minutes, and a lot of that was in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Because Jimmy sat for 4.5 minutes, and I'm looking at the first quarter stats, and Pods in the first quarter was a minus 18. Kuminga minus 14. Moody and Quentin and Draymond minus 12.
Right, so that's not on Jonathan.
Jimmy was a minus 2.
Right. To me, what that says is you need both of your dogs, period. Like the Warriors, when Jimmy and Steph aren't on the floor, are not a playoff team. And that's not some hot take by any stretch. But, that's the thing that I think we've been debating about Jonathan all along. And I'm not going to whittle it down to one night and 11 minutes of action.
Yeah.
But that's what you're hoping Jonathan can do. And it seems like many people think he can do, and he did not. He unequivocally did not on that particular night, which is, can you even moonlight as a 1 for 10 minutes? Well, not that night. Not that night. And that's the part that I think is, I don't know if it's frustrating, because I actually think it's kind of predictable. But that's what you're hoping for him to develop into, and he hasn't yet.
Right. And, you could look at the second quarter where he actually kind of morphed into that. Offensively, he was great. He was the one in the second quarter, and you got to the break, and you were down 12, and you were kind of back in it. And then for me, it's really the third quarter where he came out, and he was just, not only was he tentative, 0 for 3, but 1 rebound, no fouls, couldn't guard anyone, didn't look that interested in guarding. And the third quarter is what swung the game because you had a chance to climb back in it. You didn't. And you wound up with, JK not being able to play in the fourth quarter.
Steve Kerr in 20 minutes. Let's go to the phones. Kevin in Fremont. Hi, Kevin. Thank you for calling. Willard and Dibs, what's up?
Yeah, not too much. My main thing with Kuminga or anybody who plays a power forward position, long-term Kuminga probably isn't a fit here. But even for this year, if he wants playing time, power forwards, I grew up, it's been a while. I grew up with Larry Smith being the power forward at one point for the Warriors. And so my only point if you're going to play the power forward on any team, but the Warriors specifically, Kuminga needs to rebound, block shots, and if scoring would be great, but I need consistent defense, consistent rebounding, and consistent effort. And block shots are a thing. People can do it or they can't do it. But the effort has to be consistent each and every night, and the rebounding and the defense just has to be there. Scoring should be a bonus.
Kevin, thanks. I do think that I think Steve Kerr would agree with what Kevin's saying. And I don't know, sometimes I wish we would apply that to everybody. I will acknowledge there's a lot being asked of Jonathan Kuminga because, and this is fair, it's fair because if he's going to see himself as, what he was asking for last summer, which that max rookie contract extension or whatever, if you're going to see yourself as that kind of player, then yes, you need to perform it that kind of way. But do you notice, like, no one's asking Quentin Post to be a great defender because they literally look at him and they're like, I don't think you can.
No.
Or I don't even think you know how to right now. And so we have to decide every time he's in there, are we willing to trade off some difficulties against big players on the defensive end in order to get his three-point shooting, which is awesome on the offensive end? Okay, that's the push-pull with Quentin Post. And we do this with every single player.
Well, GP too, like on the other side, even though he's been shooting it great of late, you have him in there to do the one thing that no one else can do, which is guard the basketball. And that's what is so frustrating watching this team is every possession on defense, if GP2's not in there, somebody gets blown by, and then it's help, and then they finally get an open three, and Atlanta was hitting them.
Yep.
Atlanta was hot.
Yeah, well, they're going to knock a lot down if they're open.
Right. Well, and if you can't stop the ball, if you can't guard the ball, and your on-ball defender gets beat, which felt like about 90% of the time, well, now you're playing 4-on-5, and all these good teams are just going to penetrate and kick, and then kick again, and you're helping, and then you buy a pump fake, and somebody's got an open three, and you're going to lose.
I do think that there's something to be said for this. And again, I'm not like, it is not fair to suddenly say, hey, things were going really well, and now they're not going as well right when Kuminga came back. It could have been any player who was going to come in and get 20-plus minutes, I think. It could have been any player. I do think, and I will ask Steve this, there's something to be said for that period of time when they were playing their best basketball of the year. I thought to a degree maybe even better than what we saw at the beginning of the year. I thought when Jimmy first arrived, and if you look at certain games, not all of them by any stretch, but there were certain games that stood out to me, that home game against Detroit. There were a couple others where I'm like, they're really playing good basketball right now. I think a lot of it was that Steve knew exactly who he had. He knew exactly what they were going to give him, and therefore he could define how he was going to approach a basketball game. And Jonathan's return makes that more complicated. And now you're stuck with, we want to get Jonathan up to speed, but we also want to keep other people in there. And then those other people are going to get fewer minutes, and then therefore they find it harder to get into their flow when they're on the court, which makes them look worse. And the whole thing just kind of comes down a notch or two. They're not playing horrible, but they've come down a notch or two. And I do wonder that if that has something to do with it.
Part of it's no Steph, obviously.
Well, that was that one game,
but,
yes.
And it's also, I do think what you're talking about, and it's like when you have a baseball team and somebody comes off the 15-day IL and you want to put them in the lineup and you want to see if they can get back to where they were, and they go 0 for 4, 0 for 4, 0 for 4, 1 for 4, 1 for 5, 2 for 5. It's like, oh my goodness, they are 3 for 22 with a double and 11 strikeouts. How much longer do we continue to try to put them in the lineup to try to get them right? And that's not to say Kuminga's been that, because he has been good. Of his 6 games, there was a couple good, a couple that were, didn't really matter. And then I think Saturday was a game where he kind of reverted back to what you don't want to see from him, which is when you're not scoring, you just completely lose sight of what you can do on the basketball team. And look at the fourth quarter. I was just looking at the stats. He played basically 6 guys. He played nobody. He played Moody. He played Butler. He played Draymond all 12. Pods played 11 minutes and 10 seconds. And then you had Quentin and GP2 split, and that was it. And Buddy Hield played a minute. And he only played a minute because you needed somebody to come in and hit a 3, which we could talk about Buddy Hield too if you want. About
Go ahead.
3 shots? I'm sorry, 2 shots?
Huh?
You took 2 shots, buddy. Like, where are you? And that's a question for Steve Kerr.
Yeah, I don't want him to force it. Good Lord, I don't want Buddy Hield forcing shots.
Then I don't want him to play.
Well, you want him forcing shots?
Yes.
Really?
Not forcing shots.
He's terrible at forcing shots. Like, he's good at open threes. I want Buddy to shoot open threes. If they're not open, I want him to pass the ball.
Shoot your shot. It's all you got. Literally is the Buddy Hield tagline.
Shoot your open shot. It's all you got.
Well,
because that's all you got.
And I didn't do the full 17 minutes of Buddy Hield.
He ain't creating a shot.
No, but I would imagine he had more than 2 open shots that he could have taken.
I mean, yeah, I'd have to.
I'd have to look at the whole thing again from my buddy lens, but
whatever the all 22 version is in the basketball, we'd have to look at it. Yeah.
And maybe that's a question for Steve. Like, how can you have a game where Buddy only shoots it twice? If he's not going to shoot, then you don't play him. Because that literally is the only thing he does.
Yeah, I don't know.
He doesn't defend, pass, or rebound.
Right. I just think chicken or the egg there because I don't want him putting up bad shots. I very much he has been very, very clear so far this year. He's not good at shots with hands in faces or creating off of the dribble or whatever. That's not Buddy Hield's game. So I hear where you're coming from. I want him shooting, but I only want him shooting if they're open. And maybe they weren't open. You know, their number one penetrator who then kicks to open three-point shooters was not there that night. It wasn't even in Atlanta. So that becomes I get that. That's probably Buddy Hield's best recipe with the Warriors is to be on the floor at the same time as Steph.
Yeah. And Jimmy, sure.
Yeah, and get the open threes that are created by everybody chasing Steph all over the floor. So I think that'll change tomorrow night.
I would hope. I mean, if you have a game where Buddy Hield plays 17 minutes and takes 2 shots, then that to me is 17 minutes that would have been better served going elsewhere because that's the one thing that Buddy brings. He brings the 3. He's not a real good finisher. He's not a good distributor, not a good defender, not a good rebounder. So, Buddy, get open and shoot the 3.
Right.
And somehow GP2 was able to get 7 shots up. And, Kuminga, 14 shots in 22 minutes. He got his. And I know he can create a lot more than Buddy can, but, if Buddy's not going to shoot, then, Buddy, you can't play.
But then Kuminga did not get a lot of minutes in the second half. That got a lot of eyebrows up, and Steve Kerr was absolutely asked about it, and he gave the very quick answer, and here it is.
JK did a good job in the first half, and then second half I just went with, the guys who I felt gave us the best chance.
Right. I mean, that's a big 8 seconds right there.
Well, it's a compliment followed by a little bit of a Roger Federer, a backhand up the line.
No, it's truth.
Well, the real truth would be I didn't play him after the third quarter because he wasn't very good.
I think that's what he said.
And he can't say that.
No,
yet.
but
he said I went with the guys I thought gave us the best chance to win.
He was very good in the first half, and then I went with the players who gave us the best chance to win. Now, listen, that should hit Jonathan Kuminga in the gut really hard. I don't know if it did, but that should feel like an absolute right hook directly to the ribs. Because if you think about this, think about 3 aspects that are going on here, okay? You've played well in the first half, which means you've built up some vibe with the coach, okay? You are trailing, which means you need offense, and Steph Curry's not there. If all those 3 things are true and you still end up on the bench, it means you went out there and did something really, really wrong. That's how I see it.
Of course. And as I mentioned before, you look at the fourth quarter box score, Jimmy, Draymond, Moses, and Pods played the entire quarter. And I know Pods played 11 minutes and 10 seconds. Buddy played 50 seconds. But you get the point of what Steve is saying. I went with who I thought gave us the best chance to win, which was Jimmy, Draymond, and Moses the entire fourth quarter. You don't often see that at the start of a road trip where, he went with the guys he thought could help him win, and it was Jimmy, Draymond, Moses, and Pods, and then a mix of Quentin and GP2.
I wonder if there's a different Warrior who does not get brought up enough when this conversation invariably goes to Jonathan Kuminga because everybody has such a strong Jonathan Kuminga opinion. And there's 2 names I hear that come up a lot. One is Guy Santos because he's also a big forward, and Steve Kerr pointed him out 2 weeks ago by saying we have to keep playing Guy Santos. So I hear that name. And then I hear Pods. I hear Pods a lot because for some reason there's something that feels potentially divisive or opinionated about Pods. And he's also a recent first-round draft pick. And he does a lot of the little things that maybe people want Jonathan to do, or Steve sticks with Pods, all of that. There's a different name that really, to me, is the one who's showing the way for Jonathan Kuminga. And it's Moody. Why do y'all think Moody's getting 30-plus minutes and Jonathan is not? He has no minutes restrictions. This is no longer about getting his wind or his ankle up to speed. Draymond Green spoke about this after them beating Toronto. Moses' shot has been off for a week and a half, but he doesn't come off the floor. Why is that? That dude is dialed in on defense. And I do think that that's the decoding of all of this. We can sit here and have whatever opinion we want about Jonathan Kuminga, the basketball player. I guarantee you, if that dude would slap the floor with both hands every time the other team crossed half court and absolutely maniacally put in effort on the defensive end, he wouldn't come off the floor because that's all that Moses is doing. Moses has become maniacal on the defensive end. Is he perfect? No. Has he made huge plays on defense in multiple games? You're damn right. That man picked Cade Cunningham clean after Draymond's 3 against the Pistons on March 8th. And then Moses made another huge defensive play against the Raptors just last Thursday night. He is going crazy with his effort on the defensive end, and he's not coming off the floor. I don't know why. I don't know why all of the players don't see that and try that and do that if you're upset with your minutes.
It's just not as easy as maybe you're making it seem. And I think that Moses Moody having more experience than Jonathan Kuminga.
It's just effort.
It's effort, yes, but it's also like understanding defense and being able to guard at the point of attack. And I think Moses is better at that than Kuminga. But you're right. A lot of it is effort and it's attitude and it's experience. And so Moses now, I think, has gotten a taste of the good life, which is you start and you play. And JK right now, it feels to me like he's kind of stuck in between wanting to ball out and get buckets and get the contract and really like strapping it on, lunch pail, playing the D and doing what needs to be done to play like Moses has played, which is 30 minutes a night over the last 13. He's playing starter minutes.
Huge minutes.
He starts, he plays, and last night he finished. He played the entire fourth quarter.
I don't know, man. Again, I'm not even telling you that I see this. It just feels to me like the coaching staff on and off for the last couple of years has, and I mean that, for the last couple of years, has felt that what they're seeing behind the scenes, I know what we see. We see that box score. We see Jonathan go to the hoop, and he gets to the free throw line, and they go in or they don't or they whatever. Like that's what we watch, and we want to see what that point total is. It just feels to me like the coaching staff is seeing intermittent lack of focus on defense and rebounding for Jonathan Kuminga. And if that's true, I can see why by now they would be tremendously frustrated. Because here is one thing that I think you and I actually have a little bit of a difference of opinion on. I don't really think Jonathan Kuminga is that young of a player anymore.
Right.
I understand that he's 22. I understand that he didn't play college basketball. I get all of those things. But if I were a coach and I were working with you every day for 4 years and I were still sitting there looking at things not look the way I wanted them to look, I would be very frustrated by now.
I get that. But I do think you look at, where he came from and what his younger basketball experience was and not having college. He played 1 year with G League Ignite. And then when he came here, he didn't get to play a lot. And I know practice and individual work, and we can talk about that with Steve Kerr, the idea of development, because when you talk about development, like for me, a lot of the development falls on the player, because you can coach me all you want. If I don't go out there and do my own homework, you're a teacher, you know that. If you don't do your own work, then you're not going to develop unless you want to get better.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Steve Kerr is about to join us. So I'd get over to YouTube because, A, you get to see all of the Steve Kerr interview, but also, soon as Steve is done, let's do a little YouTube only right after Steve Kerr during a break. So we got that coming up around the bend as well. Steve Kerr joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Actually, you're about to be listening to Steve Kerr because here we are. Coach Kerr is with us, and every week, Great Clips sponsors our conversation with Coach Kerr. Plus, they've got a special gift for one lucky listener immediately following our conversation. We will give away one $125 gift card to Great Clips. So with that, out to the River Islands guest line we go. Time for Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips. And sports success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's going to be great. And it is also brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. Out from the east where the Warriors sit, it is Coach Kerr. Hey, Coach, how we doing today?
Fantastic. How are you guys?
We're good. I actually want to start off by playing something for you, some commentary from someone in your business. Can I play this for you real quick?
Yeah, you got it.
All right, here he is.
I guess we had a 3-on-1 fast break where two guys went for the alley-oop and it didn't go in. And my good friend Steve Kerr texted me. I'm like, what was the hell was up with that 3-on-1? And I said, yeah, I know, Coach. And he was like, well, just so you feel better, Draymond would have did the same thing, and Steph would have pulled up and shot a 3.
All right, so for those who don't know, that's Tommy Lloyd, the head coach in Arizona. You're blowing up his phone after that game, huh?
Yeah, we're pretty tight. Tommy's a great guy, fantastic coach, and we've gotten really tight over the years, so we text pretty frequently, and I wanted him to make him feel better. So, yeah, I just let him know. Our guys would have done the exact same thing, so don't worry about it.
Gutsy win for the Cats, and up next it's the fight in Dunleavy's. Any side action between you and Mike with Duke and Arizona?
There will for sure be side action, and no spread necessary. I mean, I know we're heavy underdogs, but I don't need any help. We're going to take them down.
Okay, so that's happening Thursday night off for you guys. Like, are you the type that likes to go with the person who's rooting against you and watch together, or do you want to be as far away from Dunleavy as possible?
That's a good question. I have to admit, last night I turned it on, and before I could even sit down, it was 18-4. Oregon.
Right.
I turned it off and I watched White Lotus.
Nice.
Yeah.
I was watching White Lotus with the game on the laptop. Same thing, Steve.
Yeah, no, I didn't even have the game on. I couldn't bear to watch it, so I watched White Lotus, and then White Lotus ended. I turned it back to the game. We were up 10, so it worked.
I love it.
Well played, Coach. Well played.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I'm not a rookie. I know how to do this stuff.
Smart.
So wait a minute. If you guys are down by 10 in the first quarter tomorrow night, you're suggesting we go watch Netflix or something?
Yes, you guys should definitely do that.
Okay.
It's helpful.
All right, give it a shot.
That's one approach, but man, you were down 27-5, I think, last time on the road, and we all talked about how we couldn't turn it off, and so even the Atlanta game, which kind of started out a little bit wonky, we all were locked in. What did you think of the effort after a first quarter where it seemed like Atlanta just simply couldn't miss?
Yeah, I just felt like we couldn't get our legs underneath us that first quarter. I think we gave up 40 points. They were running right past us. We weren't there defensively. They didn't feel us. And from that point on, I thought we played a really solid game. We only had 10 turnovers, 29 assists, shot the ball fine, nothing special, but it was one of those games where the first quarter was the difference, and we just were swimming upstream the rest of the way. We couldn't catch them, and it took a great effort from them. They had a lot of guys who really stepped up. George Niang was amazing. So it's one of those games, and you got to move on. You can't worry too much about it.
Coach, this is just a man-to-man question here. I'm very curious about how this sits with you. You guys could use rest. And so to be in one city for 4 nights, I bet that's wonderful. At the same time, that city is Miami, and you coach a bunch of very young, rich men. So is this right? Is this a good thing or a bad thing that's happening this week?
I'll tell you after the results of the next couple of games.
Right. Yeah, fair enough. But do you guys have conversations about that? Because it's also very well discussed in fact, recently by Jimmy Butler, that you really let the guys go be them.
Yeah, we go over the schedule before the season starts. Once we get the schedule from the league, we go over the travel and what it would look like. And I can tell you this: if the guys had seen the schedule and I said, no, we're going to leave Miami immediately and go to New Orleans, even though we don't play for a couple of days, that would have been disastrous for team morale. So, this stuff's pretty easy. You just, these guys deserve to go have fun. They work so hard all year long. This is a wonderful break to get a few days in Miami. Guys are on the beach. Guys are out having fun. But they all know. I mean, they have to be ready for the game tomorrow night, and I trust that they will be.
Is Steph going to be ready? I know you can't officially declare it, but how did he look today with the pelvic contusion that he suffered? How was he moving around out there?
He was moving really well. We didn't scrimmage at all, so it was all non-contact stuff. But he looked good. He felt good, and we'll just continue to list him as questionable for tomorrow, and Rick will make the decision.
Steve, I know that you're no stranger to this. For whatever reason, Jonathan Kuminga is someone that people just want to discuss every day and really micro every single maneuver he makes out there. I'd love to know what you see since he's returned in terms of both health and fitting in to, as you put it, a brand new team.
Yeah, I think he's coming along. His first couple games, he really played well that first night out. I'm always of the mindset that with injured guys, the first game's the easiest one. They're just running on adrenaline. I can't wait to get back. It's the next couple that seem to get guys but I think JK, he came out, great game against Sacramento the first game back. Little rusty, for a couple games. And I think the biggest thing, honestly, is we are a different team. We're a completely different team now since, before his injury. And it's obviously because we have Jimmy Butler. And Jimmy is he's the best ISO player in the league. I mean, by analytics, he's the number one ISO player in the league. So you can see, you guys are watching the games, our style has shifted a little bit. We're playing through Jimmy, and Steph, of course. But we got to have spacing. We've got to play around Jimmy, and we're doing different things now. So it's an adjustment period for JK for sure, and we're trying to figure out rotations as well. We got a lot of guys over the last couple months who are really playing well. I think Gary Payton's been one of our best players. You look at Guy and the energy that he's brought, and Buddy Hield playing well. So we got a lot of guys playing well. The team's playing well. So it's up to JK to just play as hard as he can and fit in and let it play out how it plays out.
Does that ISO through Jimmy style not favor Jonathan as much as it does maybe Gary, who can sit in the corner and spot up, or Brandon, who can shoot the three from above the break?
Well, we're still kind of, looking at the combinations but you can see how teams are playing us. Toronto the other night, they didn't guard anybody other than Steph. They hounded Steph everywhere. They stayed with Buddy. Maybe stayed with Brandon, and then they just sat in the paint off of everybody else. And it's not the first time we've seen that kind of defense. Memphis has done that to us for years. It's very effective, when teams have big guys like Pirtle and Scotty Barnes. Toronto had, and then Memphis has Jaren Jackson and all their length. So that's a way that teams have defended us, and when you see that, you got to figure it out. You got to figure out how you're going to handle the way they're guarding Steph, and it comes down to spacing. You got to have space on the floor to make teams pay for that kind of defense.
Steve, this is not just about Jonathan Kuminga. It's about the whole group, and as you sort of discussed there, like you guys are trying to figure out the new rotation. I remember after the Pistons game, you were like, I have to keep playing Guy Santos. But there have been nights where it's been a struggle for him to get minutes. What has the challenge been like for you in that before Jonathan came back, it looked like you finally had those rotations really set. And now they go into a not set sort of a way again.
Yeah, that's all part of the deal in this league, and you're kind of doing that all season long based on injuries and results, and you're mixing and matching. When you do find something, you want to stick with it, and we've obviously found something. These last 20 games, so we're gonna stay with it, but we also want to incorporate J.K. because he's a talented player and he can help us win games, and that's why the whole focus for him just has to be. Sprint the floor, rebound, because of his athleticism and his force, that's how you really feel, his presence on the court. So that's what we're encouraging to him. And then, as you guys know, I mean, you guys get injured, things happen, things change quickly in this league. So everyone just has to stay ready.
Steve Kerr with us, as he is every week, Willard and Dibbs. So then what about Guy Santos? You've called him a connector. But for instance, Saturday night, only 4 minutes. Where do you see him currently as far as this rotation is concerned?
Well, that's the tricky part, where you get everybody healthy. There just aren't that many minutes. And I love what Guy brings to the table. I love the passing. I love the feel. He crashes every offensive board, trying to get us extra possessions. So he's really a good player for us, and he's been very effective. And but I can't play, 11, 12 people. I did that early in the season, but I just don't think that's the way to go right now. So his minutes have been limited since J.K. came back. We're trying to play them together a little bit. We're trying different things, but again, it's sort of a game-by-game basis.
It just seems like fans are hot and cold on Buddy Hield, depending on how he does and if he shoots. I'm just watching Saturday, and he only took 2 shots. What do you think it was that led Buddy to not really look to score as much? Did they clamp down on him, or is it a little bit of a crisis of confidence for Buddy Hield?
No, not at all. But Buddy never lacks confidence. It was really just the way Atlanta guarded us. They pushed out on all of our shooters and tried to pack the paint, with the non-shooters, and so they did a good job on Buddy. We didn't get him freed up well enough, and we got to do a better job of that.
Steve, what do you think tomorrow night really means for Jimmy?
Well, I haven't talked to him about it. We had a practice today. He's been here obviously the last couple of days, and he's got a lot of people here who he's connecting with, and I think he's enjoying being back. But tomorrow will be a heated atmosphere, no pun intended. It was just he was such an amazing player for this franchise, and meant so much to the fans, and I think it'll be very emotional for him, for a lot of people. But Jimmy's he's an incredible competitor. That's the main thing I've learned about him, and I know he's going to go out there and compete like crazy and get through it fine, and hopefully we can get back on track here.
There's been a lot of talk over the years about the Heat culture, Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra, and Jimmy certainly was a big part of it. When you think about the Warrior culture, what are the things that you think are the hallmarks of what you've tried to create there?
I think Steph Curry is he represents the culture of the team, and I think it's based on a great combination of joy and competitive desire. And those things, people don't think those things go hand in hand. I think they go directly hand in hand. We've got competitors who love to play the game. Those are the kind of guys we target. I think you see the joy that Steph brings to the game. You see the fun that the guys are having, when we're playing. But there's an underlying fierce competitiveness that has helped us win at the highest level multiple times. And I think those are really the two kind of main values of Warriors culture. And like I said, it comes from Steph Curry.
And I wonder, Coach, how you see that sort of fitting Jimmy Butler. I get that we're in this honeymoon phase, but I wonder what you think about the sustainability of it and the fit for that culture with Jimmy Butler.
Oh, I think it's easily sustainable because, he loves to play basketball and he loves to win. And so he fits right in with with our guys and what we're trying to accomplish. We lost the Philadelphia game a couple weeks ago, and he sat that game out. He had a back issue, and as soon as the game ended, he came over to me and said, "Coach, I'm sorry. I hate losing. I can't sit out any more games." And I told him, I go, you gotta stay healthy. If you have to sit out a game, you got to sit out a game. And Jimmy said, "No way. We can't lose anymore." I mean, this guy is an amazing competitor, and he plays that way. But you don't get to that level if you don't love to play the game. And he loves basketball. He loves being out on the floor, and it's been fun to watch him integrate with our guys.
And Draymond is cut from the same cloth, and I can't help but think about, an older Draymond who's having to play the 5 a lot, and, him maybe needing a day here or there. Have you thought about it with Rick Celebrini and as a staff about possible load management over the last 11, or is it going to be, if healthy, you got to go out there because we're chasing the 6?
Yeah, if he's healthy, he's playing, and that's not coming from me. That's coming from him. I mean, he is, again, one of the world's great competitors, and we are in a huge fight trying to, stay out of the play-in and get directly into the playoffs. And so there are no plans for that, but that's all related to health too. So we'll see. Hopefully he holds up fine and he plays the rest of the games.
Coach, is there any scenario in your career, player or coach, that you can think of that's kind of similar to what Jimmy will go through tomorrow night? Maybe KD back to OKC, or even anything back in your playing days?
Well, for sure, returning to OKC, that was as emotional a night as I've ever experienced in the NBA. I'm sure there are others. I remember when I played for the Bulls, we played the Lakers when Magic Johnson decided to make his comeback, and so that game was at the Forum. Big night. A national TV. Bulls, Lakers, Magic, Michael. That was a pretty cool return and a pretty cool night. And then, of course, when Michael returned from baseball after 2 years, that game was amazing. We Market Square Arena, the Pacers, and national TV. That was just a crazy atmosphere.
I know Jimmy is a 35-year-old vet, and he can handle this, but do you say anything to him differently before the game tomorrow?
Only if I feel it. He's such a pro. He knows, what he's dealing with. He knows we've got his support. If I feel like I need to say something, I will. But my gut is I don't need to say much to Jimmy. I mean, he gets it. He's been in this league a long time, and he'll be ready to go.
Steve, when you won the last title in Chicago, it was a veteran-laden team. I was wondering if you had a talk with your vets about that year where it was Rodman at 37 and Michael was 35, and I think Ron Harper 34, and you and Scotty were 33 apiece. Has there been a time where you've shared that experience of being the older guys and still getting it done with this team?
No, I don't spend a whole lot of time, talking about my playing days, or my teams that I played on. I use the experiences that I had, with those teams in my coaching, but I don't necessarily tell them the stories. They don't want to hear that stuff. They don't want to hear about the old guy from, 30 years ago. So,
Steve, did you see that guy that scored 42 points for the Heat last night?
Sure did.
Hey, how about what?
I was excited for Wiggs. We all can't wait to see him tomorrow, and hopefully he doesn't give us 42. But I root for that guy, and I will for the rest of his career. That'll be special to see him tomorrow too.
Yeah, what kind of an interaction do you expect when you guys see him on the court?
Oh, a million hugs. Everybody loves Wiggs, as they should. Just an incredible human being, and we miss him around here. And all of his teammates just feel so much love for Wiggs. So it'll be a hug fest out there for sure.
Coach, all right, here we go. What kind of importance do you put on tomorrow night beyond the obvious, but because of the loss on Saturday, How would you kind of describe where your team is at mentally going into this one?
Oh, I think we're in a great place. I mean, you always look at the NBA kind of in segments. You can't get through the 82 if you get too emotional with every single game. And, I look at these last 20 games. We've lost 4 games, I think, since we've had Jimmy. All 4 right down to the wire, teams playing really, really well. Individual players. I mean, Quentin Grimes gets 44 on us in Philadelphia. George Niang just goes nuts the other night, in Atlanta. Aaron Gordon last week, like 39 points, whatever it was. I'm encouraged because when we have lost, teams have had to play really well to beat us, and the games have still been right there, down the stretch. So I think we're in a good place. We've been playing consistent basketball, and each time we've lost, we've responded really well. So that's what I expect tomorrow.
Coach, big one. We're looking forward to it. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the trip out there in Miami.
All right. Sounds good, guys. Thanks for having me.
Okay, there he is, Coach Kerr, with his weekly visit right here on Willard and Dibs, all presented by Great Clips. And sports success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips is going to be great. Also brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. And with that, caller number 5.
Let's give it away.
To the contest line right now, which is 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Caller 5 right now, $125 gift card to Great Clips. Caller 5, dial it up right now, 415-523-4652. And then we look forward in about 5 minutes to taking your non-gift card phone calls on everything that we just heard from Steve Kerr. Anything stand out to you?
Just the description of JK and what he, quote, needs to do. And it's the same tagline that he's delivered to the media and post-game. It's hustle, rebound, defend, and do the other things. And that's where I don't think that he says it by accident. And it's not to rip Jonathan Kuminga, but that's what you're looking for from anybody who comes in for 20 or 25 minutes. Come in and do the hustly things that a team needs to win games.
Yeah, but let me take it a step further. I heard something else that I don't know if it's fixable. You're talking about effort.
Yep.
And yes, agreed.
For sure.
But I also heard Steve Kerr say that with this maneuver in the lineup, teams are going to defend us differently. And he pointed to a certain moment, not in the Hawks game, but in the Raptors game, that was significant. And if you're one of these people like we are that's on the internet a lot looking at Warrior stuff, you saw this clip. Scotty Barnes looked at Jonathan Kuminga at the three-point line and turned and ran the other way.
Right.
He's like, I'm going to stand down here under the hoop. What are you going to do about it, Jonathan?
Yep.
And then Jonathan dribbled inside the three-point arc. And then he dribbled even closer inside the three-point arc. Scotty folded his hands and looked at him and said, do you want to shoot it or not? And Jonathan passed the ball. And so this is what, if teams are going to defend Jonathan that way, and he's not going to make him pay, the Warriors have a problem.
Right.
The Warriors have a problem.
That's why I was following up on the whole idea about ISO ball with Jimmy being the best ISO player in the league. Well, if he goes into ISO mode and you have 4 guys spread out around the arc, Jonathan Kuminga is probably not one of them. You want Quentin, you want Gary, you want Pods, you want Steph, whoever you want. You probably don't want Kuminga to be the guy spotting up and waiting to shoot a 3.
Okay, to your phone calls next. Big Smooth, you stay right there. You're going to be first up, leading us off. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. What did you hear from Steve Kerr, and what are your thoughts on where this Kuminga conversation should go next, or any of the other Warrior players for that matter? We're taking your calls for the rest of the show here on 888-957-9570. That is the number, and this is Willard and Dibs. And this is Willard for Underdog Fantasy. And guess what's going on this week? It's not just Warriors Heat, and it's not just March college basketball, But here we go, baseball.
ball, so it was all non-contact stuff. But he looked good. He felt good, and we'll just continue to list him as questionable for tomorrow, and Rick will make the decision.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Chef. Signs suggest to me that I will feel, and this is just a guess, not a report, that it is higher than a 50-50 chance that Wardell plays basketball tomorrow night on 95.7 The Game.
Exciting.
Yeah,
and
that's
I'm hopeful.
how it feels. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say that he wouldn't have flown to Miami if he wasn't going to play, but then as we learned from Steve Kerr, that they're going to have 3 nights in Miami, last night, tonight, and tomorrow, and maybe even Wednesday.
Unless you want to count Saturday night, too. I think they boogied right out of Atlanta and got over to Miami right after the game.
So whatever you got.
You got all day Sunday. You got all day today. You got all morning tomorrow. Sure. And then you're going to hang out on Wednesday after the game.
No doubt.
Right, as well. And then not until Thursday. Yeah, it's a long Miami vacation.
And I love Steve's answer to that, which is, if we would have done it differently from a travel standpoint, there would have been a riot. And I get it. And I was wondering in my own head, if you had a team of young players and, mostly 21 to 24-year-olds, would you approach it differently? Because, younger people tend to go a little bit crazier in these spots Steph and Draymond. I'm sure Jimmy's got a lot of old friends that he's going to hook up with and hang out with. But in general, I think a more veteran team is probably more likely to keep things in perspective in a town like Miami.
Oh, what does that mean? Keep things in perspective.
That means last night, go crazy, folks. That means tonight you can, dial it back a couple of clicks because you do have a game tomorrow. And then after tomorrow, you can kind of get after it again.
Be a professional.
Right. Handle your business.
Yeah. But I mean, if you what have we known about the Warriors just in the last few weeks? They're professional, but they also have birthday parties and they go out until 4 a.m.
They do.
And if they don't have a game the next night, great. Be 20-something or 30-something or single or not single or whatever. Do what NBA players do.
And if you wanted to rank cities as an NBA player, as a 30-something-year-old millionaire, Miami's got to be in the top 3. Well, New York.
Yes. Just my sense from the very few conversations I've had with this issue with people who are in and around the NBA, I do think Miami is the one. LA and New York.
One seed.
Yeah.
Atlanta. Atlanta's probably up there as well.
It's up there. Depending on what you like, Houston could be up there, Atlanta's up there, New York's up there, LA's up there, but I think Miami is the cake taker.
Okay.
Feels like that to me.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the beach, you've got South Beach, you've got all kinds of different nightlife options that are available for you.
I mean, I was going to tell Steve that it's 75 degrees here today, too.
Right.
Y'all are missing out.
Yeah, not the same humidity either.
Exactly.
Suckers.
You just walk through the city with short sleeves today. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Woo,
something else
It was
today.
Unbelievable. It's going to be that again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then gone. Then it turns. Back to rain.
But it'll be there.
I know. It'll be back.
Yeah, it'll be back.
No doubt.
April's coming.
Yeah.
But anyway, 888-957-9570. We're reacting to what we just heard from Steve Kerr, which the main thing that stood out to me, I'll get back to in a second, but also just kind of want to reboot where we started today. There's no avoiding it. There's a ton of conversation about Jonathan Kuminga, who had a good scoring second quarter in Atlanta, but then after that, in a game that Warriors did not play well, things did not go Jonathan's way, and he barely even played. And then you take what you want from what Steve said after the game.
JK did a good job in the first half. And then second half, I just went with, the guys who I felt gave us the best chance.
Okay, so I didn't play Jonathan because he didn't give us the best chance to win. That's a hell of a whack to the ego when Steph Curry's not even on the team. As of Saturday night, he was not available, not there. And then I really was struck by what he just said to us, which is that with JK out there, they're defending us differently. They go back to defending us the kind of way that they did before Jimmy Butler was on the team, and that's just run everybody at Steph, crash him, be physical with him, do everything with him, and make whoever else is out there beat you. And Jonathan has too often not been able to do that. The Raptors sagged off him and said, shoot any shot you want. And while Jonathan has had good scoring moments since he returned, none of them have come from the outside yet. His outside shot's not here yet.
2 for 14, Mark, from 3.
There you go.
So,
and that's going to, the bottom line is you can think whatever you want about Jonathan. That number that you just said makes life hard on the whole team because it makes the other guys too easy to defend.
Especially when Steph's not out there.
Right.
And so you've got Jimmy Butler, who can't shoot the 3 either. He's an ISO player. Kuminga is mostly a one-on-one player. So you have to play the two of them separately. And if you play them together, well, you better surround them with a lot of shooting. So then you put out Quentin Post, who can shoot it, who is not a great defender at 7'1" right now.
Nope.
He can block a shot every now and again, but he's getting into a lot of pick and roll action and he's getting cooked. And then you're going to put Buddy out there who can't defend. You put Moses out there who's a good defender, a two-way player, or Draymond who can't shoot. You're kind of stuck between a hard place and a rock, as Jonathan from San Francisco famously said. And so you can't, if you can't play those two together, well then how do you play Jonathan Kuminga a lot?
Yeah. I just, as a Warrior fan, I am trying to go into these last 11 games and go through the exercise of opening my mind. And so I don't want this to be, let's all have an argument for the next 2 hours over whether you like JK or you don't like JK. Trade him, keep him, he's the future, he'll never be this, that, or the other. Like, we've done so much of that, and I hate that it ends up being that you have to pick sides on Jonathan Kuminga. I'm on all the sides here. Everybody who's wearing a Warrior uniform, I'm on your side. So I like Jonathan Kuminga. I want him to do very well, but as a Warrior fan, the Warriors are what's important to me. Not Jonathan's minutes, not his shine, not his stats, and not his contract. Don't care. Certainly not right now. 11 games to go, and if the right thing to do is to play Jonathan for fewer minutes, I am completely ready for that as a Warrior fan, if it's the right thing to do. Same with the opposite, though. Same with the opposite if he can get it going. So the question goes out to you. How would you feel if it ends up that the Warriors do start leaning back away from Jonathan and the wins start coming again and you start putting together another win streak? Are you ready for that? Or do they need to play him at all costs? I wonder what people think about that. We'll take your calls here, 888-957-957.
It's hard for me to think that you wouldn't be happy if they won 9 of the last 11 and Kuminga played only 10 minutes a night. But some people really are down on Steve Kerr. Mark Grandy shared with us a post that he put up after the Saturday night game, and I was reading some of the comments, Grandy, about your post, which was completely opinionless, which I loved. It was just stat line, Kuminga first half, Kuminga second half. There's the tweet, and it was, down on Kerr, down on JK. I love Kerr. I love JK. I hate Kerr. The amount of polarizing comments was fascinating.
I didn't dive in there, Grandy. So you laid out what first and second half, and then what happened in the comments?
It was just you had two extremes. You had some people saying this is on Steve Kerr for not playing him more in the second half.
Catch you in the middle of a turkey sandwich, or what happened over there?
Something stuck in my throat. I'm all right.
Is it a duck? I'm sorry.
That's a 1.
If
what
only,
are you, 90 years old?
If only Steve Kerr could have stopped watching White Lotus and watched the game, maybe Oregon would have won.
All right, see, we helped you clear your throat. Let me clear my throat. All right, go ahead.
But there were just two extremes. It was, this is Steve Kerr's fault. Kuminga needed to play more in the second half. He had that great first half. Or it was, Steve Kerr's absolutely right. Kuminga does not deserve to be on the floor right now. Yeah. There was no in-between opinion.
And you weren't even putting an opinion out there.
And I purposely didn't want to put an opinion out there because I wanted to see how people would react to just the raw numbers.
It was like you opened up, like you're a server at a table, and you pulled the big top off of the plate, and there was chicken there, and there was steak there, and then everyone started yelling about what's better, chicken or steak.
Right.
You're welcome to just have chicken and steak.
Back-to-back comments I'm looking at. Logan Gray, it's Steve Kerr's horrible rotations and coaching. He's a GD bum, followed by Noah. Yeah, because Kerr saw what everyone knowledgeable saw watching JK. He makes offense stagnant, can't shoot, ball watches, and never boxes out. Back-to-back. And it goes on and on like a ping-pong match, table tennis, back and forth. Kerr finally benched him. Kerr needs to play him more.
Dude,
it's a dramatic thing.
Yes, and I'm not that dramatic about it. I really don't feel that forceful in either direction. But here's the JK take that I will say, and then I'll duck. I wish he were a more diverse player. I do. I wish he were a more diverse player. I think Jonathan Kuminga has some moments where he is devastating offensively. Like he really, obviously, he is a talented athlete, and he's still young, and so that's developing, and there are moments, not always, but there are moments where he can be the best scorer on the floor. We've seen it. It's not usual, but there are moments where he can do that, and I would love for that to develop further. The problem is it really kind of looks like the same thing every time. It really does. Like the three-point shot is not really there. The mid-range pull-up is not really there. The defense is not really there. The rebounding is not really there, certainly not with any consistency. He can get inside the paint and get fouled, and when he's rolling, sometimes finish. Sometimes he struggles with it, but he can get there. He can get there, but that seems to be his trick. And I would love to see more diversity to his game, especially in his fourth year.
For me, it seems like when he is scoring, when the offense is cooking, everything else falls into place beyond that. When he's not scoring, the things that you need him to do when he's not scoring don't seem to be there often enough. And that is where I get frustrated with JK, because you've got all the athleticism in the world, and a lot of it is, like you say, effort. You watch Guy Santos play, not as athletic as Jonathan Kuminga, not as good. He'll never be as talented, but he's on the floor. He's doing every little thing that he can to try to not only stay in the game, but stay in the league. And I wish that I saw a little bit more of that from JK. Yeah. When the offense is not there and there's nights where, it's not being run through you, go out there and do the other little things to help your basketball team win.
All right, let's go out to the phones, 888-957-9570. Big Smooth in Oakland. Hey, Big Smooth, thanks for the call.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Yeah, to you too.
Well, listen, man. Oh, my goodness. Well, here's the thing, man. JK is not a willing participant in what we really need from him the most. We need energy, hustle, rebounding. And he can do it. It's not like, he can't rebound. Guy Sanchez, he's been doing exactly that. And now to remove that from the lineup and it's not being replaced. I mean, think about it. If you have JK, Jimmy Butler, Draymond in the game at the same time, you don't need a scouting report. Make them shoot and beat us. So if that's the case, they can double Steph. It just takes away. It takes away the offense. It does. It takes it away. It's not about we don't know these people. We're fans of basketball. It's not personal. Nobody's taking anything personal. But here's what I'm wondering as well. And you just said it. His ability to stay in the league. Who's going to pay him $25 million? We don't need him to shoot 13 threes. Why did that even happen? Why are you shooting 13 threes? Unless you're just having one of those games, which everyone can have one of those games. But you take 13 threes when Steph's out. We need you to go inside. He can get 8. You mean to tell me he can't get 8 to 10 rebounds a game?
Well, smooth, real quick. That's a statistical inaccuracy that I think you took wrong. I think Dibbs is saying 2 for 14 since he returned from injury.
Correct. Yeah.
Not in one game.
Oh, since he returned from injury.
Yeah. Okay. That's over 6 games. So he's taken a couple a night.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, but he's only made 2.
If he can just do what he did in that Sacramento game, build off of that. That was perfect. That's what I thought we were going to get, because Steve, and it's been said several times, this is a new team. So he's essentially auditioning for this new team. And you remember, the summer's going to be here quickly. Warriors are going to have to make a decision. So I think the Warriors are being patient and seeing what their decision is going to be, because it's not just for the summer. They got to decide if he's going to be part of this rotation, or is he going to just come in and do 6, 7, 8 minutes. Because if we're winning, I'm okay with the 6, 7, 8 minutes. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, Big Smooth, thanks. Appreciate it. I mean, that is the larger question that I personally don't really want to get to yet. Because,
no, it's premature.
Because we're in the middle of the regular season run to the playoffs. But if some of you are getting to the point, and I think it's way too early for this, but if you're getting to the point where the concern is this new team that Steve talks about, that Kuminga somehow is not a fit. It's not a fit because he ball stops too much and because he can't knock down the open three when Jimmy creates that for someone. If that becomes the Warriors' assessment, well, now we've got a much, much bigger conversation to have because, oh, by the way, I've been told that Jimmy is staying for a couple more years.
It seems like it.
Yeah,
unless you want to trade $51 million worth of Jimmy, and he's a tough one to trade. And we can get into some of the comments from the Anthony Slater piece about, some frank comments he made about the situation. And, Jimmy's not a guy to go quietly. And if he likes it here, he'll be tough to move. And I do think that the organization, after 249 games of Jonathan Kuminga, you mentioned 4 years. Yeah, he's been here for 4 years. And I think that this coaching staff, this organization, they know what they have in Jonathan Kuminga. And it may not be worth what he thinks that it's worth. And if that's the case, and some other team wants to pay him that, then he's going to move on in the summer, and that's going to be that. I don't think that the Warriors are holding out hope that over the next 11 games, he can become something that they don't already understand that he is.
Let's go next to Mark in Berkeley. Hey, Mark, thanks for calling Willard and Dibs.
How you doing, Mark? You remember me, Mark from Berkeley? You used to make me laugh. I don't do much comedy anymore. Why is that?
Yeah.
You used to do impersonation, that stuff. You were wonderful.
You know what those were.
Still good.
Anyway. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mark. Yeah.
And anyway, what do you think is going to happen now? Kuminga is being put down and all this stuff. The coach knows what he's doing. He's trying all these combinations. He's going to get the right one. And I see we're going to win 10 out of the next 12 and win the whole thing. But I'm positive. What do you guys think?
Well, thank you, Mark. I look, there's no reason yet to not, I think, feel confident about where the Warriors have arrived. But I do still think there are questions. There are questions. It's not a lack of confidence. It's just the reality of the situation that they're in. They have a long road trip here. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to go. I'm not 100% sure that Steph Curry's going to play tomorrow night. Steve Kerr sounds like someone who has got a little bit less of a handle on his rotations than he did 3 weeks ago. And that makes sense. I get all that. And then also what's going to happen behind you. This changes every night. The Timberwolves are in Indiana here very, very shortly.
Yeah, top of the hour.
Is Anthony Edwards playing? Is he in or is he out? He was questionable all day. I don't here. Actually, I can see if I can find this for you. Anthony Edwards with the Pacers tonight is available. Okay, he's in. Are they going to win that game? Or are they going to lose that game? I don't know. That's a huge change with sort of the outlook of it. Huge little win for Oklahoma City against the Clippers last night. But my optimism can kind of come and go based on any given night in the standings right now. So this is a big road trip, and they need whatever happened on Saturday night to be a very quick turnaround. I would argue that these next two games on the road trip are kind of a must. I know you don't like the word must, but got to win those. Got to win in Miami. Got to win in New Orleans. Those teams are not.
Well, and then you have San Antonio,
right?
So you're really looking at three.
Fine, make it that one too. Sure.
Yeah, this one is for me the toughest of the bunch because Miami is still playing for something, and it's going to be emotional. The crowd's going to be into it. It's going to be a tough ticket in Miami to see the Jimmy Butler revenge game. So this of the three is the most difficult. New Orleans with Zion actually playing basketball becomes tougher than it was the last time around. And then San Antonio, I do think, is in full tank mode. So that's one you should rightfully get. But yeah, you're right now in a spot where 6, 7, or 8 feels like 5 is still possible. But, Memphis is coming back, but, Memphis is still 2 games ahead of you. It feels more like 6, 7, and 8 is what you're fighting for with just 11 left.
You know who's playing basketball tonight? Do you know who's playing tonight?
A lot of teams, yeah.
No, like an individual in 40 minutes.
Who?
Anthony Davis.
The Anthony Davis?
Anthony Davis is going to play some basketball tonight.
With the brow? The brow is back?
The brow is in.
Okay.
Didn't he play like 1 quarter as a Maverick so far?
That's about right.
And he got hurt?
Yep.
So here we go. Anthony Davis. Will he make it to the end of the game?
Yeah, tough one. I mean, tough to expect.
Yeah. Yeah, they're in Brooklyn.
And Phoenix hosting Milwaukee as we keep an eye on who the 10 seed might be.
Yeah.
Because they're tied right now.
Yeah.
Flat tie. And as much as Minnesota, as much as Phoenix, like, you wanted to write them off 2 months ago.
I did.
You wanted to write them off 8 months ago, and you did.
That was prior to Dallas losing all of their players. But now it's a battle between those two to get the 10 and probably lose right away.
But Phoenix at least is showing some level of pride. They've won 3 in a row.
A little bit. Yep. And no Lillard in that game tonight for the Bucks.
Okay.
How about Joe in San Jose? What's going on, Joe? Thanks for calling.
Oh, my God, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, about that game, about Kuminga, it wasn't all Kuminga's fault that game. Jimmy Butler played bad against Atlanta Hawks. And Mooney, he played really bad. He didn't hit that. He was wide open. He couldn't hit those three-point shots. And Steve Kerr, when they had Durant, Curry, so when they had those three, there were any coach could have coached the Warriors and they could have won a championship, and I'm sure you guys agree with that.
No, Joe. I flatly and firmly disagree. But go ahead.
Yeah, any coach could have coached that team and won a championship. They had so much raw talent that Steve Kerr was irrelevant.
Yeah,
and now Steve. Now let me just say this 1 second. And then now you got Kuminga. Why did they give up Wiggins for Kuminga if they thought if Kuminga is the future, he has to play through bad games, just like Curry played through bad games. And so they need a new coach. That's all I'm saying. They need another coach. They need to go in a different direction. Steve Kerr was in the right place at the right time. Now the Warriors need to move off on Steve Kerr.
Okay,
Thanks for
Joe.
taking my call.
All right, thank you very much for making the call. Yeah, right on.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
I mean,
they're allowed to.
It's amazing what we. Yeah. It's amazing what we have the capacity to dismiss.
Well, it's
in
also,
terms of achievement in life.
Right,
it's just wild.
Just because you have a ton of talent doesn't make your coaching life any easier.
I mean,
I've done it at the high school level where I've had more talent than almost any other competitor, and those are some of the toughest years.
Dude, Phoenix Suns right now. How about when Kobe and Dwight Howard and Steve Nash were all playing together?
And even Shaq and Kobe, right?
Good Lord. Crazy. Just absolutely crazy. And Moses Moody hit more than half of his shots, scored 20 points the other night, and he wanted to come down Butler and Moody's road. It's wild in life, man. Sometimes you watch the same thing, and you're like, dude, my eyes don't work, I guess. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And we are here for your callers. 888-957-9570. Oh, can we do the YouTube thing right now? Let's do the YouTube thing right now. Get over to YouTube, and Dibs and I will talk only to you. But get on the line right now, 888-957-9570. If the Warriors choose to play a lot less of Kuminga, are you ready for that? Or would you be okay with that if it goes that way? Your call's next, Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, YouTube audience. Willard and Dibs and Willard as Willard goes to the foil to get a little foodstuffs. You go to the bar.
No, these are called, I get these at Costco. They're called Simply Protein.
Okay.
These bars. You get a whole box of them for about $20.
I thought I was going to see you in the aisles.
Commensurate? No, you do every day, but twice a month. It's Costco.
Okay.
But yeah, like the protein content and just kind of a lot of fiber. And so a lot of times when you see a bar like that, you're like, you taste it and it's like cardboard. These are pretty good. They come in 3 flavors. This one is lemon coconut. The other one, only 13 grams. 27% of your daily fiber. I was upside down. Yeah. There you go. Uncle Looney, you ain't wrong. I don't have reserved parking. All of the parking is mine. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Steiny's winning the brackets, Uncle Looney. We all did a KPIX pool, with not really our sister station, but Channel 5. Steinmetz in the lead. Guru is ahead of me. I'm barely ahead of Willard, and I'd have to check the rest. I think that Shasky's further down the list, but in an upset, Steiny, who watches no college basketball, is the leader of the KPIX bracket pool as of the Sweet 16.
How am I doing?
Yeah, you're close. You're 2 points behind me. Like you and I are neck and neck. I think I'm 6th or 7th, and you're 7th or 8th.
I filled that one out before I did my other bracket, so it might be a little bit different.
That was your practice bracket, I guess.
It was a bracket.
Yeah, and Guru's in second among 95.7 The Game, and just for all of you on YouTube, nobody wants the win more than the Goo, even though there is no prize. Like, there's literally no prize.
Right.
And the lovely Christy is winning the Lucas Alexander one.
Winning the 95.7 The Game bracket. And very, I don't think she's watched the game yet.
Yeah.
But she checks after every game to see if she's still in first, which she is. She has Houston winning it all.
Okay.
I mean.
And my lovely wife is in one with my college buddies, and her rationale was, Maryland, I was born there. Illinois, my mom's from there. Arizona, that's where I went to school, and she's doing pretty well.
I have Maryland winning another one.
Okay.
And so that buzzer beater last night was pretty special.
Yeah, and just on the buzzer beater, for all of you amateur refs out there, letter of the law, did he travel? Probably, because there is no gather step in college, but for everybody who wants that called, you don't want that called.
No.
None of us want the refs to decide these games, and so that would have been the ref deciding the game had he called it. But letter of the law, in college basketball, you're not allowed to gather. You don't get the gather step in college. So, anyway, that's my 30-second on officiating.
At full speed, it did not look like a travel to me.
Slow speed, it was close.
Yeah.
It was close, but sweet move. Sweet move, and he goes high glass from the baseline side.
The end of that game was so good.
Yeah.
Colorado State with a 3 with 6 seconds to go. Everybody kind of being like, dude, the upsets are dead. Where are the upsets? I was like, I don't need upsets because I don't need Joke State to make next weekend.
Yeah.
I was like, where are the signature shots? Where are the moments?
Yeah.
Where's the one shining moment?
There was one other one, I think, earlier in the tournament.
And then that game was it. The Colorado State-Maryland game was the best game I've seen
Most
yet.
of the games have been blowouts.
Yeah.
Oh, the UCSD game was we all were on UCSD money line first round.
Oh, first round. And they won.
No, they lost. UCSD was getting Michigan. They played.
Oh, Michigan.
They were getting 2.5.
Way down, and then they came back.
Yeah, that game was the game of Thursday. All my San Diego buddies, we were. That was one that hurt. I had the 2.5, and I bet the money line.
How drunk were you? Let's get to it.
On the air?
No, just at any point.
Friday night.
What was the drunkest moment of the trip?
Saturday morning, 1:15, we went to Vanderpump Rules. They have a bar inside of Paris. I had a martini at about 12:55, and next thing you know, it's 8:45, and I'm in my bed. So,
and you have no
I have some recollection.
Okay,
but it was a little bit of a diagonal trip to the elevator, and the elevator was 100 yards from this bar. So I liked my chances, but getting to the elevator, it was a little bit of there was a lot of
an elevation sensation.
Yeah, thank God. Anyhow.
Dub Nation, it's Andrew Wiggins. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Wiggs! 42 last night! Woo, he's cooking. Cooking.
Love it.
Should have traded JK instead of Wiggs. I've seen that take already now. 5 times today.
Yeah.
Chill.
And if you want to just visit it for 15 seconds, you don't get Jimmy Butler if you trade JK, who's making $5.7 million. The reason why you traded Wiggins was he was making enough money so you could bring back a big salary, a big boy. And yeah, you kind of wanted to trade Wiggins anyway. I understand that. But if Wiggins was making 5.7 and Kuminga was making $25 million, you would have traded Kuminga. It was only about the salary.
Probably.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure Miami would have rather had Jonathan Kuminga, but the deal doesn't work.
Right. I wonder about that.
I bet they would have.
I'm fascinated, and we're going to stay in the moment with 11 games left to go. But when we get to the summer, what's Jonathan Kuminga's market going to be? That, to me, is going to be interesting in July.
It will be interesting. It will be interesting.
But not now.
No.
We're living in the moment, bro.
I want the Warriors to win.
11 games to go.
Like, that's my hot take of the week. I don't care about any of this stuff. I want the Warriors to win the games. And yes, I trust Steve Kerr to make those decisions. And on some nights, those decisions are going to be hard, and you can't predict exactly who is going to do what. Like that's all very, very difficult. But I trust those guys to do it, and I trust Jimmy Butler. And I think that all signs point to Steph Curry playing tomorrow night. And we can get a little bit more into that here in just a second. I do want to remind everybody that we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All of us here at 95.7 The Game are just over the damn moon that Laughing Monk is involved and along for the ride. A great place to watch games with their food and drink, and with the college hoops going on or a Dubs game. What a great place to head on down to and check out one of the games. So we definitely we encourage you to go do that. And these really were the Laughing Monk Studios during the break when we did a YouTube-only show. And Dibbs told the story of his drunkest moment in Vegas over the weekend.
Yeah.
And it came in the middle of a night, as it turns out.
There was a limited recollection.
I didn't know. Sensation.
Thank you.
I didn't know that you did middle of the night. You sort of like pitched it to me like you're even in Vegas, like you're all tucked in and warm in your bed by 11 o'clock.
Usually, but you get with the crew, the old college crew, and a couple of them had their wives with them, and so they wanted to have a late night cocktail.
Oh, wait. What?
Well, my buddy Ron has been married to Robin for 30. They got married in 98, so we're looking at almost 30 years. That's 27 years.
No, that's wonderful. I don't know why, but my perception was this was a dude's trip.
It usually is, except for Robin, for example, who I've known her for 35 years or more. We all went to college together, and she is cut from the same cloth as the rest of these degenerate dudes.
As you know, this is exactly what Christy and I would do.
So why not bring in, positive, fun female energy?
I have no idea why.
I'm speaking to the choir right now.
No, exactly.
Preaching to the choir.
Lovely Christy has been to a dinner in Sonoma that was for the fantasy football draft and was the only woman in a party of 10. Handles it.
Yeah.
Handle it.
Then you're welcome.
Stand on it.
Thank you.
Stand on what you eat.
Stand on what you drink.
Exactly.
And so these gals and Bill,
on what you do.
Bill brought his wife Amy, who I don't know well, and
you do now.
She was hanging. She was, she was hanging, doing the thing. So if you're not, if you're not a heavy load, if you are a load, male, female, whatever your pronoun is, you're not welcome.
You mean maintenance, by the way. You're not body shaming anybody's wives.
No.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure.
Got a couple of in the crew who are plus sized, and that's great. If you are an emotional load, I don't care what your pronoun is, you're not welcome. If you can hang, if you're down for 12 hours of ska-da-da-da-da-da, then come on in.
Oh, man.
You're welcome.
I was literally having flashes of you talking to your boys, and they're like, hey, I'm going to bring my wife. Is that okay? And you're like, is she a load?
Yeah.
Is she a heavy load? And I was just like, man, that probably got uncomfortable fast.
She's a soccer player.
Okay.
Robin, she played into her.
What is going on here?
She might still be playing in her 50s.
I don't know.
Is she a load? And bring her.
That's not good. You
better be careful.
All right, let's go to Scott in Pleasant Hill. Hi, Scott. What are you doing?
Hey, how you doing? Good. Loving the conversation. Your list of things that Kuminga isn't doing well, I was just kept saying yet. Before he got injured, he was doing all those things. He was hitting the three. He was hitting the mid-range. He was defending like a beast. he's coming back from a really bad ankle injury. His body might not be responding the way he thinks it can. Maybe after the second half yesterday, Kerr was like, you know what? After a big cross-country flight, Kuminga's feeling it. He's not moving quite as well as he should be. Let's have him rested out here. We have better options than him on his hurt ankle trying his best.
Well, I'm going to hear here, Scott, like, hang on the line. Don't hang up. I'm going to hear what you're saying for sure and be open to that and hopeful on that. But here's what I'd say. First of all, I'd reject a little bit that he was, quote, defending like a beast and crushing it as an all-around player prior to the injury. A little bit. Was he playing better? Yes. So I'll give you a little bit of slack there. But if, as Steve Kerr and everyone has said, he's now joining this new team, then I think it's fair to at least wonder if it's not a matter of just coming back from injury, but whether or not there's a fit issue here as well. Jimmy Butler is now the person with the ball in his hands when it's not Steph, who's going to penetrate and create offense. That does mean the other players around the court become less creators and more spot-up finishers. And it's what Moody does well and Pods does well, and it's not JK's jam. That's not his fault. It's just not his jam. So I do have a little bit of a mild concern right now in terms of his fit. Isn't that fair, Scott?
I would say yes. I think the key word there is jam. And once he gets into the fit and he's able to cut and break to the basket, man, passes from Jimmy Buckets, Kuminga is going to be doing a lot of jam when he's cutting to the basket.
Scott, thanks, man. Hope so. Right now, the ball ends up in his hands a lot, and like you literally hear the brakes. Everything's just screeching halt right now.
Yeah, that's more like the way he plays. Yeah. He's not a very efficient or a great passer right now. Jimmy Butler's a good passer. Steph and Draymond can pass. Jonathan Kuminga's not a great passer, so when he gets the ball, it's either give it up to somebody and relocate and probably not be involved again, or more likely, you take it and you go in there and you try to cook for yourself.
Yeah, I just, again, like, to me, we can look at all of this and we're still dealing with a pretty small sample. But in the conversation, if you missed it, by the way, Odyssey app or YouTube, conversation we just had, what stands out to me is Steve Kerr saying that you watched the way Toronto defended us. And what he meant by that was they just left Jonathan. They just left him completely. They guarded him like they guard Draymond. And here's the craziest thing of all this year. Draymond has done a better job of taking advantage of that kind of defense than Jonathan has. And so, that's uncomfortable right now. It's uncomfortable right now. But I've said this for a while about Jonathan. I think this idea of him being a dominant player starts when he can consistently hit down an outside shot.
And to Scott's point, in the 15 games, or the 18 games rather, before he got hurt, he was shooting 37% from three. Mm-hmm. He was averaging 20 a game, and the team was 6-11. So do you want to look at those things as interrelated or completely unrelated? It's your call to make that determination. But when Jonathan was playing his best basketball, it was not leading to winning at the level that the Jimmy Butler experience has led to winning. So, yeah, JK was actually starting to hit threes.
Yep.
And since he's come back, 6 games, 2 for 14, it's been a struggle. So I'm with you. If he can get that as a part of his repertoire, well, then now you have to really cover him all over the court.
We've got actual commentary from both Steve Kerr and Jimmy Butler after practice today. So what about this? And we'll keep taking your calls, anything you want to talk about with the Dubs, 888-957-9570. Any reservations about Steph playing tomorrow, if that's what they do? Or do you want to, are you still in a mode of like, let's be cautious if need, don't want to hit the gas a little bit too hard? Steph has said he wants to be there for Jimmy. So the emotional side of Jimmy and the necessity of Steph being there, we can get into that a little bit coming up next, and we'll let you hear what Jimmy had to say after practice today. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, a 15-minute drive-through oil change. You can stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types are welcome. As I always say, they're just like our listeners. All types are welcome. We'll take your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
We tried to throw some good questions at Steve Kerr today.
Yeah, you got one in there.
A good question.
Yep.
Not a great question.
It's fine. It counts.
I don't even remember what it was.
Me either.
Yeah, but we'll find out. If you go to the Odyssey app, go to YouTube, check it out, listen to Steve Kerr, and we can throw some of it at you here. Also, some of Jimmy Butler. But before we do that, let me just ask you this, because there was a conversation that for multiple reasons, and we don't need to rehash it, but last week, things got interesting around here with regard to Steph Curry and playing basketball. That was mainly because of the emotional rest day that Steve Kerr felt he needed against Milwaukee in a game the Warriors then went out and won. Then you decided to go to Vegas, and Mark and I Grandy, we're left to sort of talk about, is it a blessing in disguise that Steph Curry landed on his damn tailbone against the Raptors on Thursday night and was at minimum going to miss one game? And both of us were in full agreement. We're like, what? Blessing in disguise? No, we're not in rest mode for the playoffs like they were 3 years ago. That team had wiggle room. This team has none. I don't know about you. I don't want him to make a bad decision, and I don't think they will. But I desperately want Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler on the court for all games the rest of the way. Well, all of them.
If they're healthy, then play. I mean, and that's what I was asking Steve earlier about Draymond Green, and, might there be some time where you can load manage some guys? If you still push for the 6, can you keep an eye on load management? And Steve said, no, we got 11 games and we're going to go out there and try to win them all. That's not on our mind at all. And for me, there's no blessing in disguise when you have a player get injured. And I know it's not super bad. It looks like Steph might play tomorrow. I hope he does. But when you have a player go down the way Steph did, scary. And if you remember Chet Holmgren for OKC, that's basically how he missed, 5 months? With a much worse hip injury. Yes, much worse, but it was a similar kind of like jump, contact, spin, and land. So, yeah, it's not a blessing in disguise, and I don't know how much rest Steph actually got. I'm sure his legs are going to feel a little bit better, but he's got and I guess it was a pelvic contusion.
Contusion.
You guys had the doc on, and I wish I would have had a chance to be a part of that, because I was going to ask him about the pelvic contusion versus the bruised tailbone. Is there, a difference in terms of the return to play? Because when you watched it and you see Steph immediately throw the hand on the lower back right above the tailbone, it's like, that could be really bad, scary.
Well, and especially in the moment that it happened, remember, we had been told that Steph's back wasn't feeling great.
Right.
And to me, I know people focus on knees. I don't think there's really anything scarier in sports with the human body than your back. That's the one that, once it goes bad, that can be it. Just
Larry Bird
off for the rest of your life.
Larry Bird.
Exactly.
Career cut short.
So when Steph Curry is, talking about a back injury and then laying on the ground and gets up, hobbling and kind of holding the backside, that's where my mind went, even though we had watched him with the hard fall. But combine the two, and I'm like, this is not good.
Yeah.
This is not good. So anyway, to summarize what Doc said, I think you'd probably guess, based on where we are now, he did not have a high level of concern based on, A, the fact that what they said was a pelvic contusion and not something worse. And then, B, what he thought was interesting is that while they immediately ruled him out for Miami, they simultaneously said he'll fly to Miami on Monday. And he's like, the fact that they're already able to schedule a plane trip tells you that they're probably not too worried about it tightening up. They want to be cautious, but optimism that this isn't going to take a long time. That was kind of the summary of Doc.
Good. And if it's just a contusion, that is a bruise. It's not a slip disc or a herniated disc or a fracture in the back itself. It just kind of is, it's a bruise. And I don't know if you've ever had a bruised tailbone.
Yeah.
One time I tried to playfully lock my 17-year-old out of the house, like, ha, 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 I'm going to shut the door and keep you out. And before I could get it latched, he shoulders into it. Quest is a big guy. He shoulders into it. I go flying back. Kabam. I was down for about 10 days. That thing hurts. It hurts now. Not much you can do. You can't sit. You can't do anything, Mark. I won't elaborate.
No, I don't like
a lot of things that hurt.
Yes, yeah.
With the old tailbone.
And anything in that middle of the body there. It's kind of the backside of the core.
Right.
Right?
Of which I have no core.
Yeah, right. So that's probably why it happened in the first place.
Right. So I wonder about Steph flying all the way to Miami because it hurts to sit down. Does he, I know he's got the money to do it, but does he just get a plane where he can like lie on his belly for 6 hours and just take a nap? Stay off that thing? Probably can.
Probably. Whatever the hell he needs, that's what he's doing.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? All right, let's go to the Manly man in the city. Hi, Manly. What's cooking tonight?
Hey, well, not a whole lot, but I wanted to give you some numbers and 3 points that could help Kuminga get over his little funk. First of all, the Warriors, out of the 4 of the last 5 games, they've taken between 45 and 57% of their total shots were three-pointers. That number is way, way too high for taking that many threes, even though that's how the team was built. We don't have enough great shooters to justify that many three-point attempts over the total number of shots taken in the game. And that's at 4 out of the last 5 games. Secondly, to get I used to be a behavior specialist where I look at behaviors for players. Well, not players, but people. Okay. And what I've seen in the past, and this holds really true to Curry and Buddy Hield to a degree too, if they don't go all the way down to their sole, the heels of their feet, but if they stay on their tippy toes, they make more threes than they do when they get flat-footed. And you have to be square to the basket and stay on your tippy toes. The odds of you making them are much higher because you're using your legs and your whole body versus just shooting from a flat-footed situation. And you watch a game, you'll see what I'm talking about. So, and to get Kuminga.
Yeah, go ahead.
To get Kuminga out of his funk, put him in pick and rolls. That's going to be his strength because he's very athletic, like you said, and he'll get a few slams and layups, and that will get his confidence back. And to also get him out of his funk, attack the basket, and then kick it out to him, which you've always said that's a great move for any shooter, but that's what's going to help Kuminga in those situations. What do you think?
Well, Manly, I'm interested in your sort of behavioral therapist eyes when you're watching a game. Is it only based on the physical side, or do you read like the emotional body language out there too?
Oh, you got to use both, but mentally, you can overcome a lot of things mentally if you keep your mind in the game or your mind on focus on whatever the task is at hand. But you have to kind of customize it for each person. I mean, Kuminga may be soft-hearted, and you have to watch how you say things to him. Whereas Jimmy, you could tell him, be very harsh with him, and he can deal with it because he's a veteran and he's more of a rock than a mama's boy. And not saying that Kuminga is a mama's boy, but just using that as a point. And so you have to customize how you talk to people and how you get them out the funk and so forth. And another observation I've seen is when Looney goes to the free throw line. If you hesitate, you won't make it. Your odds go way down. Once you start, you can't stop when you're shooting a free throw, because if you do, you'll mess it up. And I've watched Jason Kidd when he was in Alameda all the way to where he finished his career, and there is a secret there that all the free throw players can use if they watch what Jason Kidd did, his horrible free throw shooting to where he was when he finished his career.
You know what you're reminding me of, Manly Man? Thank you very much. He's talking about pausing in the middle of your free throw process. It's kind of like Charles Barkley's golf swing.
Exactly.
Remember when it had that big, like you go to the top and then you just stop, and then and then there was like another half pause kind of on the way down.
Well, even Giannis, you watch him shoot free throws, and that is painful. And, once they started calling him for 10-second violation for too long at the line, now you watch him and it's like there's an amount of dread from him having to be there and trying to shoot the free throw, and he brings it up and he kind of holds it and then lets it fly. Similarly,
it's uncomfortable.
It's ugly.
It's uncomfortable. And he misses a handful of them too. Yeah, not a great shooter. Look, I would say this. You could certainly weigh in on it. 888-957-9570 with regard to the urgency versus the rest, which is kind of what we're talking about with both Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry. I actually enjoyed this that Steve shared about Butler in that Philadelphia game that he missed. And the Warriors went out and lost. And like that kind of got a discussion going because they had won almost all their games with Jimmy, and then he missed one game and they lost that one too. And Quentin Grimes went for 44 points, and everyone's like, I've never even heard of that guy. By the way, go look at Quentin Grimes' stats. He kind of scores like between 25 and 40 points every night now because all of the other Sixers are out. Guess who's out tonight for the Sixers? Quentin Grimes. So who the hell's going to score for them tonight? I have no idea. Somebody, #underdog. But anyway, back to the issue at hand. He said Jimmy came to him right after the game and said, Coach, I'm not missing any more games. We can't. I didn't hear him say, Coach, I feel healthy. I'll be ready for the next game. He said, Coach, I can't miss any more games. We can't be losing like this. And so I love hearing that from Jimmy. I do think that Steph largely feels the same way. Remember, he fought Steve on sitting out the Milwaukee game. So that's kind of where I sit. I don't think there's any room for the Warriors and rest for the rest of the year. Hurt? Sure. Unhealthy? Sit. But outside of that, it's pedal to the metal.
It is, but if you have players who are playing poorly and guys who are playing exhausted, it might do you some good to sit them out. And so that's what happened with Steph against Milwaukee. He had a pretty bad game the day before, and so, yeah, you're going to go ahead and sit this one out, and you're going to rest him, and then he got hurt, and so he sat again. But once he's healthy, hopefully tomorrow, I don't know if he'll need any more rest. I just was wondering about Draymond Green because I'm seeing the toll that this is all taking on him, and you do have a little bit of a break in the schedule. You play tomorrow and then Friday, Sunday and then Tuesday and Thursday. Your next back-to-back is not until next Thursday and Friday, which it's a road and home, so that'll be... That's
the Lakers and Nuggets, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's a tough one, so you'll want to have everybody available to play those games. But you're right, Mark. You're getting down to the end of the season. You've got 20 more days of regular season basketball, and you got 11 games. So that's not a lot of off days in there.
No.
It's not.
It's not crazy either. Not crazy.
Well, especially after you play tomorrow, when you get to Friday, you're going to have 16 days, 10 games in 16 days. That is a little bit more aggressive.
It's aggressive.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Or 17 days, actually, is what it would be.
Off you go.
No, and that's most teams, though. Yeah. So,
what's your uniform
Draymond
on?
already said, you know, we're exhausted. You know, Steph was sitting, and Draymond says we're exhausted, and I get it. Everybody's exhausted.
So am I. Yeah. There's kids everywhere. So am I. So, but you put your shoes on, and off you go to work.
Sure. I mean, it's easy to say.
I know. I don't mean to say it like that, but I think
you're right about the urgency because everybody wants the 6th seed. And until that is either a certainty or an impossibility, you got to push for it. And you might get into a spot where, all right, you're stuck. You're going to be the 8th seed. And then you can kind of trick off the last couple of games if you're in that spot. It'd be great to go on a run and get to a spot where you are locked into the 6, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen with Minnesota and the Clippers.
I agree with you, but at the same time, here's kind of what I mean. This feels like a lax week, right? Because you said after Friday, then the frequency of games starts to ramp up and the difficulty of opponent starts to ramp up. Let me tell you why this is actually a vital week. You saw the Clippers, I hope, last night lose to Oklahoma City. On Wednesday, the Clippers start a road trip in New York at Madison Square Garden. That's a losable basketball game. Then they have a night off, and then they go to Brooklyn. And then they have a night off, and then a day game in Cleveland. Here's my point. The Clippers might be losing some games this week. You have to win these games. You have to win these games. Miami, New Orleans, San Antonio. Dibs, it's possible that if the Warriors take care of business and go 3-0 in these games against weak and tanking, let's be honest, tanking opponents. If you take care of business against those teams this week, you could find yourself 3 or 4 games up on the Clippers. I don't know about Minnesota. We'll see what they're doing tonight. Their schedule is easier, but they're starting a road trip also, and they have shown the propensity to lose weird games. So, if the Warriors can go 3-0 this week against these 3 beatable opponents, they actually could find themselves with some breathing room for the moment, and maybe more. It's possible.
Yeah, and you also might be looking at Memphis continuing to slide back toward you, and so the 5 could be possible. I mean, Memphis has dropped 3 in a row, and you're 2 back of Memphis. So, yeah, I don't know if I would characterize Miami as tanking just yet.
Well,
they're in the 10 seed. They're probably wanting to be in the play-in. I don't think that they necessarily want to just automatically go to the lottery.
No, they're not tanking. They just fell apart. Let me change that.
When Jimmy left, and so they still have some good players, and it's been, a tough spot for many teams to go. And the Warriors are 18-16 on the road, which is pretty good. Miami not great at home or on the road. They have kind of fallen apart a little bit, but Miami's, they're 6 games clear of Toronto. They're going to be in the play-in game.
You can go get Memphis. You can go get them right now.
I think so. Yeah?
Yeah, don't just look at those numbers. Want to hear what they got coming up.
Tough schedule.
Well, they're at Utah tomorrow night.
Boy.
Okay, fine. How many, what do they clear of the Warriors? 2?
Yep.
Okay. And the Warriors are at Miami. Memphis is at Utah. Thursday, Memphis will be in Oklahoma City.
Okay, that's a tough game.
Saturday, they will host the Lakers. Monday, they will host the Celtics. Tuesday, they will host the Warriors. Okay? And then they hit a road trip that will take them to Miami, Detroit, and Charlotte. The Detroit one is tough.
Yep.
So if you look at their next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 opponents, I'd argue 5 of them are A-plus opponents. Very, very difficult. You can go get Memphis. You can go get them right now.
You can get them.
You can get them.
You got to beat them.
Yes.
If you beat them, then you have a chance to really get them.
Absolutely.
But an OKC is an interesting one because they're starting to get into cruise control mode. A
little bit.
Where you're up by 13.5 with 11 to go. You will be the 1 seed. Hard to stay motivated when you know that real basketball is 3 weeks away.
Well, I think that they would also like home court advantage for the NBA Finals. I think that is. They've now got the lead. They've got a 2-game lead on Cleveland for best record in the NBA. They were still playing hard last night. Grinded one out in LA against the Clippers. So, but I hear you. Going there is always tough, and Memphis is a little bit weakened right now. Let's let you hear a little bit of what Jimmy Butler had to say after practice today, because obviously, as we move toward the second half of our show tonight, we're exactly 24 hours away from this highly, highly anticipated national television basketball game tomorrow night. Jimmy Butler is going back to Miami. So everybody caught up with him after practice today to kind of go through the ins and outs of this situation. He was asked if he's going to have thoughts about when he sees Pat Riley tomorrow.
I don't got no thoughts. Like I said, man, I don't got nothing to say to nobody. I don't have no hard feelings. I'm in a better place now for me. And continued success to those guys over there.
I love him. I got no thoughts.
I got no thoughts.
Jimmy, what are your thoughts on seeing Pat Riley tomorrow? I got no thoughts.
I got no thoughts. I love that the 2 sentences, like, I got no hard feelings, and I also got no thoughts.
Right.
Like, it kind of sounds like hard feelings, actually.
Well,
a little bit. I mean, there are. Let's be real. There are.
There are thoughts and there are hard feelings.
Absolutely.
And his thoughts are probably such that he doesn't want to put them into a microphone. His thoughts are, I'm sure, of a personal and acrimonious nature. You got no thoughts.
Here's what he said when he was asked what playing against the Heat will be like.
This is basketball. This is very simple. I don't have all the emotions that everybody thinks that I'm going to have. Like, it is what it is. I realized that I had some great years here. I've built some incredible bonds with some individuals in the organization, in the city, hell, in the state of Florida. But I'm going in there to hoop. I'm going in there to play basketball. Ain't nothing nobody say, nothing nobody do is finna get me out of character. And nobody got me out of character whenever I was going through what I was going through this entire season with the suspension. It's another day for me.
Okay. I mean, I don't buy it, but I also buy
that
it.
Part of it.
Okay.
I'm a hoop.
Right.
I buy basketball.
I buy the part of it. I think we do this in the media for sure. We build things up to be maybe bigger than they are, because once the game starts, like, you're just playing basketball. And, oh, by the way, I don't think Jimmy Butler hates Tyler Hero. Like, he's got no problem with these guys. He's just going to try to play basketball. Now, the idea that it's another day for me, no, it's not. No, it's not. I'm sorry, dude. You're a human being. And there's going to be some emotions when you walk into that building.
And if it was just another day, you probably wouldn't have requested to fly out a day early to see some of the people he talked about in the first answer, like, you know, I got friends inside the organization, in the city, hell, in the state.
Yep.
So, yeah, there's a lot of emotions coming back to a place where you were for 5 years and you made relationships, not only the bad ones that everyone wants to highlight, but the good ones. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of emotions.
He was asked about people that think he's the sole reason everything went south in Miami.
I wonder if they look at the Heat the same way. Ain't like I was the one that was doing everything. So it's got to be 50-50, maybe 51-49, 49 towards them, 51 towards me. But there's no way that I was the cause of all of this.
Okay. I actually, you want to know what I love about that answer is, first of all, I think it's factual. Almost nothing, not everything, but almost nothing is like 100% one person's fault. Very, very few things, I think, in life are. You could think of some excessive things, and I'll agree with you, but very few. But Jimmy is also taking some accountability in there. He's like, yeah, I'll put 50 on me. In fact, he's like, how about if I put 51 on me? I'll take the majority share, but not all my fault. And he's got to be right on that. He has to be. There's no way that this is all on Jimmy.
No, of course not. And if you look at what they did after Jimmy got suspended for the first time, they went out and they won basketball games. And so they actually were still a competitive team without Jimmy Butler when he was suspended. And then you went about losing 9 of your last 10. I know they beat Charlotte yesterday to end a 10-game losing skid they had. So good on you, Miami. You got back in the win column. But I don't know if you could put all that on Jimmy. And you look at those games, Mark, they lost by 5-2, 5-3, 4-3.
No, they're competitive.
I mean, super competitive.
Yeah, they're competitive. They'll play, and they will play tomorrow night, and the Warriors are going to have to be on one, and we don't really even know yet if Steph Curry is going to play. One more from Jimmy Butler. This on being portrayed as the, quote, bad guy every time he leaves a place.
I'm always painted as the bad guy. Like, everywhere I've been, I've always been a problem. We'll take it. I don't got nothing to say. I'm not mad at being a bad guy. It's all the way that everything gets portrayed. Some people talk to the media, some people don't. I've never been one to tell my side of the story to almost anybody. Let everybody think that this is what happened, and we'll ride with it. And then in like a year's time, it's going to be somebody else's fault besides mine.
Did you catch that? Did you catch that in that sound clip?
Catch what?
The guru sniff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, guru sniff in there.
Yeah.
You want to hear it again?
Caught it about halfway through.
Hey, guru sniff.
I'm always painted as the bad guy. Like, everywhere I've been, I've always been a problem. We'll take it. I don't got nothing to say. I'm not mad at being a bad guy. It's all the way that everything gets portrayed. Some people talk to the media, some people don't. I've never been one to tell my side of the story to almost anybody. Let everybody think that this is what happened, and we'll ride with it. And then in like a year's time, it's going to be somebody else's fault besides mine.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're not going to get much of an argument from anybody around here right now. This has blended perfectly.
Yeah.
On the court and off, I think.
And I do like what he said at the end. Like, I'm not one to really say my side a lot, but we'll sit back in a year and then we can talk about whose fault it was.
Yeah. I mean, and most sports fans will just look at it and go, well, what's the Heat record since he left and what's the Warriors record since he left? Speaks for itself. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Plenty more of your phone calls still ahead. 888-957-9570. You have any reservations about pushing Steph and Jimmy as hard as possible the rest of the regular season? And if you missed our conversation with Steve Kerr earlier today, we'll have that for you coming up in about 25 minutes. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Abundant Life weight loss. And just to tell you and remind you, in case you've heard it before, about my weight loss.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Steve Kerr coming up in less than 20 minutes. Our conversation with Steve earlier today in Miami. And I think that it encompasses some good news about Steph Curry, some interesting news about Jimmy Butler, not news so much, just comments, and then some stuff about Jonathan Kuminga. That, we're left to decipher kind of what everybody is thinking and feeling about all of this, because it just feels like we're in another moment, and we've been here before with certain players where Steve has to kind of say things a certain way, and then we decide whether you take it at face value or not. And I thought that he admitted that it's a little bumpy right now in trying to figure out how Jonathan Kuminga fits, and then, by extension, how do you sort of reboot control of the rotation? And that's not on Jonathan. That's just all of them. Like, how do you figure out Quentin Post when there's an Aaron Gordon on the court? How do you figure out Guy Santos and how long you want to stay with him to see if things are going well? Is the hustle and flow working, or is that working against you? So, stay tuned for that. About 18 minutes away.
And it's very difficult for Steve, I think, to figure out the rotation based on opponent and also based on your roster. If you look top to bottom, you've got Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler, who are going to play no matter what, no matter the matchup, no matter the situation. But beyond that, you've got Quentin Post and Buddy Hield, offensive players. Kevon Looney and GP2, mostly defensive players. GP2, I know, has been shooting it great from that corner three spot. Moses Moody, bit of a two-way guy. Pod's more of an offensive player, I would say. So as you pick through your roster, you've got a lot of one-way players. And Jonathan Kuminga right now, if he's not getting his offensive game to where they need it to be, he's not a great defender. He can be a good on-ball defender at times, but he's more of an offensive player. So if his offensive game is not there, he becomes largely unplayable.
Yep. Absolutely. Also, fun scoreboard watching night for the Warriors. Yep. In case you're interested, the T-Wolves are getting into the second quarter, trailing by 6 against the Pacers right now. The Lakers are getting into the second quarter in Orlando, trailing by 5. And the Lakers, I'm not sure if you notice things right now, but the Los Angeles Lakers, they're at full strength, and they're playing like crap.
Yeah.
They gave up 146 points to the Bulls over the weekend in their own building.
To the Bulls.
And lost by 30.
Yeah.
And I don't want, but LeBron played. LeBron played full minutes. Luka played full minutes. Reeves played full minutes. Hachimura is back. They're all back. And Orlando, as we all well know, is not a very good, one of the worst offensive teams in basketball. They've already got 44 points at the 7-minute mark of the second quarter and lead the full-strength Los Angeles Lakers.
And I think a lot of that is kind of a Luka problem, because Luka is a bad defender. And, LeBron is a good defender, but you get at this point in the season and an older player getting tired. Well, we've seen it here. Steph had to take a game off. Draymond's already talked about being exhausted. This is a grind for older teams. And, LeBron being your centerpiece, it's an older team.
Yep. Real quick on this, quick aside, and then we'll hop right back as we get ready for Steve Kerr. I didn't even know this, but in 4:53, I don't know, less than 2 hours from now, the Giants are going to play a game over at Oracle Park. I didn't even know they're here.
A baseball game?
A baseball game. The Detroit Tigers are in town.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And a little World Series rematch.
There it is. And the Giants, if you want just a sort of a bird's eye view at what their opening day lineup might be, and also what their roster might look like, they have awarded their 5th starter spot. And in a very big surprise, we spent all spring, is it going to be Harrison or is it going to be Birdsong? The answer is neither. Landon Roop has won the 5th starter job. Birdsong's on the team as well, but will start in the bullpen. And then, your opening day lineup might be, or is tonight at least, Ramos is leading off, then Adames, then Jung-Hoo Lee is batting third.
Okay.
Which we've talked a little bit about as a possibility. Chapman fourth. Bailey is your fifth hitter. Wade DHing, Flores over at first, Yaz in right, Fitzgerald at second.
Okay.
So, little bird's eye look at what this might be like on Thursday in Cincinnati.
And you're probably going to see a lot of Wilmer Flores with Gerard Encarnacion now out with the
for a while,
the hand fracture and surgery. Surgery on that
That's
hand
a bad
fracture.
fracture.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if it's just a normal garden variety, 4 to 6 weeks, you can come back. But when you get that surgery, you're probably looking at months, not weeks.
Yeah. Good news for Luis Matos, though. I don't want to call it good news. It's an injury, but an opportunity.
Yes.
Opportunity for Luis Matos to solidify some things for him. So
exciting baseball out there at Oracle Park. And, you get some of the young bats, get him some at-bats this year with Encarnacion out. But still, as you were running down that lineup, and I'm not comparing it to any other team, like, of course, it's not as sexy and as potent as the Dodgers, but you get to like that 5-6 spot and it starts to run a little thin for me.
Yeah. No, I hear you. 888-957-9570 with Steve Kerr right around the corner. If you want to weigh in on where you're sitting in terms of the Golden State Warriors, Steph Curry's health, Jimmy Butler going back to Miami, and then obviously Kuminga's fit, which everyone wants to talk about. I'll say this also, we haven't really gotten yet to just kind of the game that took place over the weekend and where that leaves everybody mentally. I know we do this a lot, which is whatever happened in the most recent game, we're going to take that as gospel and just on we go with like, so now it's a moment of big concern for the Warriors. Coming off of, was it a 6-1 homestand? 6-1? 7-1. 6-1. Like, I do not have any concern at all right now. I actually was surprised how many people thought the Warriors were going to win on Saturday night. I know they were favored by 2.
Yep.
But even being favored by 2, I thought was a little bit of a clue, which is like Atlanta's an interesting matchup because they score really well. The Warriors defense, though good since Jimmy Butler has come, has had a hard time, I think, playing 4 full quarters. You're not going to get any Steph Curry. Steve Kerr talked about how games right after cross-country flights can be challenging. I don't mean to sit here and throw excuses at you. I just felt when I left here on Friday, I'm like, probably a loss. That's probably a loss. And then we sat down at a place that I need to shout out, by the way, real quick. You'll love this. You ever been to the B&V Whiskey Bar and Grill?
Never.
Right there on the Sonoma Plaza?
Yeah, I've been to the Sonoma Plaza, but never that spot.
Right there at one of the corners. I can't describe which corner because I'm not a compass, but right there on one of the corners, there's a restaurant where we've been a few times, and the food has always hit. And, the old fashions are incredible.
That's your drink.
I got 2. And it's either a Manhattan on the rocks or it's an old fashioned. I like orange. What do you want from me?
Were you born in 1924?
No, I never knew what the hell this was. My dad used to order an old fashioned, and I'm like, what is that? And he actually used to have a hard time finding bartenders who knew how to make one. And then something happened a decade ago where it became like popular.
Yeah.
And so now it's on all the menus. And yes, call me old if you want. That's my drink. And we put down a couple of those. You know me, just 2. But 2 things happened. One, they put the Warrior game on.
Nice.
And I'm like, they're going to get their butts kicked tonight. I said it right to Christy.
Yep.
I'm like, they're going to get their butts kicked tonight. And then
you
they
weren't
did.
wrong for long.
No. But the gentleman who came over in the bar, and he was not our first server, but he became our server because he came over because we called him over. And we said, hey, we need a good spot to watch the Warrior game. And the man's name is Tim. And he looked right at me and he goes, well, I know that voice. And I said, okay, let's have a night.
That's right.
And so we started ordering it up. And Tim, if you're listening, because he says he listens to us every single day.
Nice, Tim. Love you, brother.
The whole station.
Yep. He's
got dogs and AirPods and a job at a bar and all that good stuff. So thank you, Tim. We had an absolutely wonderful time. But the good news was I was also able to focus completely and totally on what my lovely lady was saying to me at all times.
Right.
Because I knew the Warriors are going to get their butts kicked tonight.
Right.
I'm not concerned. I expected that one. They'll be better tomorrow night.
That's a weird one.
They'll be better tomorrow night.
I was not totally dialed in on that game, having been day 3 in Vegas, kind of wrapping it up, getting on a plane, and the rest of it. But that's one where, on paper, you figure, all right, Steph's out. You're going to rise up again, and you're going to give a better effort. But what does concern me about that is, yes, Atlanta can score, and they've got a couple of really shifty, smaller guards who are tough to cover, but the Warriors cannot guard the basketball, and they have no rim protection behind it. So I look at a defense that, against different teams, you get gashed. And I think about a matchup with Oklahoma City down the road, if that's the playoff matchup, if it's a 1-8, and that scares me even more because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is very difficult to cover. Or even a play-in game against Minnesota where Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards, is a tough guy to cover on the ball. The Warriors do not guard the basketball very well. Outside of GP2 and watching that game, I recorded it, I watched it back, a la Guru, and on virtually every possession, somebody gets beat off the dribble, and now we are into desperation help mode. And that's no way to play good defense.
Okay, I want to ask you about that. First off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And now come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. So when Steve Kerr, as he did after the game, says, since the trade, we're the number 2 rated defense in the NBA. And then in the next sentence, you're like, no rim protection and they don't guard the ball well. I'm not saying who's got a point or who doesn't or whatever, but how do you sort of reckon that? Dude, are they a good defensive team or not?
At times, I think that there are certain teams, and Atlanta was one that could expose you pretty dramatically, where you don't have a lot of on-ball defense. And when you don't have on-ball defense and you've got quick guards who are going by you, I think that you're going to struggle. And rim protection is a bit of a misnomer because Draymond Green has been blocking everything in sight.
Yep.
He had another block on Saturday. He had 3 in the game on Thursday, I think. He had 4 the game before that. Suddenly now he is DPOY front runner, and I don't know if that's just by his campaigning or if the money is poured in on him to make the odds really drop.
Yeah, I don't know.
Something happened in the last week.
Combo of 2 things. But,
last week he was plus 450 or plus 500. Now he's minus 110.
I can tell you what happened. He started talking about it.
Right.
Has Evan Mobley been like, so everybody gather around my locker, let's talk about DPOY and all the other players who've won it and why they've won it and why I probably should win more and why I should win this year. He's not doing that. He doesn't have a podcast. He got no shot. You can't battle Draymond when it comes to the power of the word. There's nothing he could do. Nobody else is talking about this. So, yes, I do think Draymond's going to win it, provided that he keeps playing this way.
Right. And
he probably will.
It's just interesting. The team is 8th in points allowed on the season, and I don't have all the defensive rating numbers since Jimmy came. It looks like the defense has been better, but then I look at the game on Saturday, and I see a team that really, really struggles at the point of attack, and that's been the case in a lot of these games.
Yeah, this is the core of the conversation that you and I were having when they announced on Tuesday that Steph Curry would not be playing in the Bucks game. My concern, my question for the Golden State Warriors has nothing to do with their talent. It has nothing to do with their want to, and it has nothing to do with even the X's and O's that they have the capabilities of putting on the floor. It has to do with stamina. It just does. At their age and in their situation, the trade revitalized them, and you're going through a honeymoon period, and it really, I think, boosted everybody, and they started playing at a high level. But the idea that that's going to just sustain through the rest of March, through the beginning of April, and then run into the playoffs, and then take them into May, and hell, who knows, maybe even June. I'm not saying they can't do it, but I think that's pretty tough. You got to be a pretty big optimist to think that these bodies are going to have the stamina to do it, and I kind of felt that's what Draymond was saying after the Atlanta game. Take a listen to these, and you tell me what you hear. This is one from Draymond.
We came out like we were just going to win the game, and we got diced up defensively in the first quarter, and from that point on, you're fighting an uphill battle. So everybody's comfortable, and they took it to us. So we got to be better. That starts with me. We were terrible defensively. Once guys get into a rhythm, it's hard. They got into a rhythm, had it rolling. It's tough to stop that, so we got to come out ready to play.
Okay, so combine that where he says basically we weren't ready, and we came out and played horrible basketball, and then grab this one.
Bad loss. Terrible loss. When you're in the position we got a chance to compete for something. 11 games left with everything to play for. You shouldn't have a loss like this. Too much on the line. Got to win the games you're supposed to win. Obviously, Steph's out. Still a game we should win. So, terrible loss.
I mean, I take two things from that. One, I do think from the physical challenge standpoint, whether it's a cross-country trip or not having Steph or whatever, Draymond is talking about effort. And that's the concern that I have. I also think it's interesting that he chose to say these things publicly into a microphone, which tells me that he wants his teammates to hear it. And he feels like saying it directly to them was probably not enough.
Well, the message probably didn't get received, and you go out and you give up 40 to Atlanta in the first quarter. They shoot 65% from the floor. Warriors weren't terrible. They only turned it over twice, and, they were 3 of 10 from 3. They had an okay quarter, but you give up 40 and you're immediately down by 17 after 1, and you were down by 20 or more in the second quarter. It's really tough to dig deep, like you're saying, coming off a cross-country flight and fight back in that type of game without Steph Curry, who's your number one three-point shooter. So that's the message that I'm getting from him is bad loss, and you can't come out and give that kind of effort in the opening 12 minutes. You're going to get beat.
Yep. So that leads into tomorrow night. And actually, I will say that it might be the perfect time for this kind of, even if it is a fan and media concocted event. Like, again, Jimmy Butler said earlier today, is basketball. I don't care that it's here. I don't care that I used to wear this uniform. It's basketball. Nothing's going to stop me from playing good basketball. But he's a human being. He's going to hear all of this. The questions have been constant. There's going to be a different sound in the crowd. I wonder what it'll sound like. I mean, are they raining boos? Is it a mixture? That can be difficult when you're going back to a place where you've had a lot of success and you've been cheered for a really long time, and then there's one act and one trade and all of a sudden you're booed in that building. That can be difficult. So forget this idea that, it's not, I don't even know. Like, it's just another night, he said. No, it's not. And whether that's concocted by all of us or not, great. It is exactly what the Warriors need right now. Because there's no way that, at least I don't think you can come out flat when that's the backdrop of tomorrow night's game. It's going to help focus them.
Yes, but you could come out flat just because you've been in Miami now for a couple of nights and you spent the whole day there today. So depends on how buttoned up you are and obviously if you have Steph or not. But I would expect Jimmy Butler to be somebody who doesn't come out flat. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't think any of them will. You know what I mean? If Steph has already spoken about how important it is for him to be there for Jimmy tomorrow night, I think that speaks to it. Jimmy has ingratiated himself to his teammates at a high level already. And so I think that they're going to turn it all the way up because this is, I don't care what they say, this is a big deal tomorrow night. It's a big deal.
Well, you got 11 games left, and so they're all big deals, but this one has a little extra special flourish on it because Jimmy's going back there, about a month and a half after he got suspended 3 times and sent out of town? So,
absolutely.
Yeah, it's a big one.
And don't forget, it's the Andrew Wiggins revenge game, too.
That's right.
He got traded also.
42 last night. Woo, he's hot.
He was. You know what that means for Andrew?
Yeah, 3 of 13.
Yeah. If anybody, we're giving away magnifying glasses here at 95.7 The Game, so you can watch TV with them tomorrow night and see if you can find Andrew.
Right.
Get really close to your TV. You'll find him. You know what he looks like.
On the weak side.
That's right.
Off the ball.
Yeah, don't look at the ball. Don't look there. All right. Earlier today, great conversation. He's always the best. Deep dive with him. We go out to Miami to catch up with Steve Kerr. For Island's guest line we go. Time for Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips. And sports success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's going to be great. And it is also brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supplies, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. Out from the east where the Warriors sit, it is Coach Kerr. Hey, Coach, how we doing today?
Fantastic. How are you guys?
We're good. I actually want to start off by playing something for you, some commentary from someone in your business. Can I play this for you real quick?
Yeah, you got it.
All right, here he is.
I guess we had a 3-on-1 fast break where two guys went for the alley-oop and it didn't go in. And my good friend Steve Kerr texted me. I'm like, what was the hell was up with that 3-on-1? And I said, yeah, I know, Coach. And he was like, well, just so you feel better, Draymond would have did the same thing, and Steph would have pulled up and shot a 3.
All right, so for those who don't know, that's Tommy Lloyd, the head coach in Arizona. You're blowing up his phone after that game, huh?
Yeah, we're pretty tight. Tommy's a great guy, fantastic coach, and we've gotten really tight over the years, so we text pretty frequently, and I wanted him to make him feel better. So, yeah, I just let him know. Our guys would have done the exact same thing, so don't worry about it.
Gutsy win for the Cats, and up next it's the fight in Dunleavy's. Any side action between you and Mike with Duke and Arizona?
There will for sure be side action, and no spread necessary. I mean, I know we're heavy underdogs, but I don't. I'm not. I don't need any help. We're going to take them down.
Okay, so that's happening Thursday night off for you guys. Like, are you the type that likes to go with the person who's rooting against you and watch together, or do you want to be as far away from Dunleavy as possible?
That's a good question. I have to admit, last night I turned it on, and before I could even sit down, it was 18-4. Oregon.
Right.
I turned it off and I watched White Lotus.
Nice.
Yeah.
I was watching White Lotus with the game on the laptop. Same thing, Steve.
Yeah, no, I didn't even have the game on. I couldn't bear to watch it, so I watched White Lotus, and then White Lotus ended. I turned it back to the game. We were up 10, so it worked.
I love it.
Well played, Coach. Well played.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I'm not a rookie. I know how to do this stuff.
Smart.
So wait a minute. If you guys are down by 10 in the first quarter tomorrow night, you're suggesting we go watch Netflix or something?
Yes, you guys should definitely do that.
Okay.
It's helpful.
All right, give it a shot.
That's one approach, but man, you were down 27-5, I think, last time on the road, and we all talked about how we couldn't turn it off, and so even the Atlanta game, which kind of started out a little bit wonky, we all were locked in. What did you think of the effort after a first quarter where it seemed like Atlanta just simply couldn't miss?
Yeah, I just felt like we couldn't get our legs underneath us that first quarter. I think we gave up 40 points. They were running right past us. We weren't there defensively. They didn't feel us. And from that point on, I thought we played a really solid game. We only had 10 turnovers, 29 assists, shot the ball fine, nothing special, but it was one of those games where the first quarter was the difference, and we just were swimming upstream the rest of the way. We couldn't catch them, and it took a great effort from them. They had a lot of guys who really stepped up. George Niang was amazing. So it's one of those games, and you got to move on. You can't worry too much about it.
Coach, this is just a man-to-man question here. I'm very curious about how this sits with you. You guys could use rest. And so to be in one city for 4 nights, I bet that's wonderful. At the same time, that city is Miami, and you coach a bunch of very young, rich men. So is this right? Is this a good thing or a bad thing that's happening this week?
I'll tell you after the results of the next couple of games.
Right. Yeah, fair enough. But do you guys have conversations about that? Because it's also very well discussed. In fact, recently by Jimmy Butler, that you really let the guys go be them.
Yeah, we go over the schedule before the season starts. Once we get the schedule from the league, we go over the travel and what it would look like. And I can tell you this: if the guys had seen the schedule and I said, no, we're going to leave Miami immediately and go to New Orleans, even though we don't play for a couple of days. That would have been disastrous for team morale. So, this stuff's pretty easy. You just, these guys deserve to go have fun. They work so hard all year long. This is a wonderful break to get a few days in Miami. Guys are on the beach, guys are out having fun, but they all know. I mean, they have to be ready for the game tomorrow night, and I trust that they will be.
Is Steph going to be ready? I know you can't officially declare it, but how did he look today with the pelvic contusion that he suffered? How was he moving around out there?
He was moving really well. We didn't scrimmage at all, so it was all non-contact stuff. But he looked good. He felt good, and we'll just continue to list him as questionable for tomorrow, and Rick will make the decision.
Steve, I know that you're no stranger to this. For whatever reason, Jonathan Kuminga is someone that people just want to discuss every day and really micro every single maneuver he makes out there. I'd love to know what you see since he's returned in terms of both health and fitting in to, as you put it, a brand new team.
Yeah, I think he's coming along. His first couple games, he really played well that first night out. I'm always of the mindset that with injured guys, the first game's the easiest one. They're just running on adrenaline. I can't wait to get back. It's the next couple that seem to get guys, but I think JK, he came out great game against Sacramento the first game back. Little rusty, for a couple games, and I think the biggest thing, honestly, is we are a different team. We're a completely different team now since before his injury, and it's obviously because we have Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy is. He's the best ISO player in the league. I mean, by analytics, he's the number one ISO player in the league. So you can see, you guys are watching the games. Our style has shifted a little bit. We're playing through Jimmy, and Steph, of course. But we got to have spacing. We've got to play around Jimmy, and we're doing different things now. So it's an adjustment period for JK for sure, and we're trying to figure out rotations as well. We got a lot of guys over the last couple months who are really playing well. I think Gary Payton's been one of our best players. You look at Guy and the energy that he's brought, and Buddy Hield playing well. So a lot of guys playing well. The team's playing well. So it's up to JK to just play as hard as he can and fit in and let it play out how it plays out.
Does that ISO through Jimmy style not favor Jonathan as much as it does maybe Gary, who can sit in the corner and spot up, or Brandon, who can shoot the three from above the break?
Well, we're still kind of, looking at the combinations but you can see how teams are playing us. Toronto the other night, they didn't guard anybody other than Steph. They hounded Steph everywhere. They stayed with Buddy. Maybe stayed with Brandon, and then they just sat in the paint off of everybody else. And it's not the first time we've seen that kind of defense. Memphis has done that to us for years. It's very effective, when teams have big guys like Pirtle and Scotty Barnes. Toronto had, and then Memphis has Jaren Jackson and all their length. So that's a way that teams have defended us, and when you see that, you got to figure it out. You got to figure out how you're going to handle the way they're guarding Steph, and it comes down to spacing. You got to have space on the floor to make teams pay for that kind of defense.
Steve, this is not just about Jonathan Kuminga. It's about the whole group, and as you sort of discussed there, like you guys are trying to figure out the new rotation. I remember after the Pistons game, you were like, I have to keep playing Guy Santos. But there have been nights where it's been a struggle for him to get minutes. What has the challenge been like for you in that before Jonathan came back, it looked like you finally had those rotations really set. And now they go into a not set sort of a way again.
Yeah, that's all part of the deal in this league. And you're kind of doing that all season long based on injuries and results, and you're mixing and matching. When you do find something, you want to stick with it, and we've obviously found something. These last 20 games, so we're gonna stay with it. But we also want to incorporate JK because he's a talented player and he can help us win games, and that's why the whole focus for him just has to be sprint the floor, rebound. Because of his athleticism and his force. That's how you really feel his presence on the court. So that's what we're encouraging to him. And then, as you guys know, I mean, you guys get injured. Things happen. Things change quickly in this league. So everyone just has to stay ready.
Steve Kerr with us, as he is every week, Willard and Dibbs. So then what about Guy Santos? You've called him a connector. But, for instance, Saturday night, only 4 minutes. Where do you see him currently as far as this rotation is concerned?
Well, that's the tricky part, where you get everybody healthy. There just aren't that many minutes. And I love what Guy brings to the table. I love the passing. I love the feel. He crashes every offensive board, trying to get us extra possessions. So he's really a good player for us, and he's been very effective. And but I can't play, 11, 12 people. I did that early in the season, but I just don't think that's the way to go right now. So his minutes have been limited since JK came back. We're trying to play them together a little bit. We're trying different things, but again, it's sort of a game-by-game basis.
It just seems like fans are hot and cold on Buddy Hield, depending on how he does and if he shoots. I'm just watching Saturday, and he only took 2 shots. What do you think it was that led Buddy to not really look to score as much? Did they clamp down on him, or is it a little bit of a crisis of confidence for Buddy Hield?
No, not at all. But Buddy never lacks confidence. It was really just the way Atlanta guarded us. They pushed out on all of our shooters and tried to pack the paint, with the non-shooters, and so they did a good job on Buddy. We didn't get him freed up well enough, and we got to do a better job of that.
Steve, what do you think tomorrow night really means for Jimmy?
Well, I haven't talked to him about it. We had a practice today. He's been here obviously the last couple of days, and he's got a lot of people here who he's connecting with, and I think he's enjoying being back. But tomorrow will be a heated atmosphere, no pun intended. It was just he was such an amazing player for this franchise, and meant so much to the fans, and I think it'll be very emotional for him, for a lot of people. But Jimmy's he's an incredible competitor. That's the main thing I've learned about him, and I know he's going to go out there and compete like crazy and get through it fine, and hopefully we can get back on track here.
There's been a lot of talk over the years about the Heat culture, Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra, and Jimmy certainly was a big part of it. When you think about the Warrior culture, what are the things that you think are the hallmarks of what you've tried to create there?
I think Steph Curry he represents the culture of the team, and I think it's based on a great combination of joy and competitive desire. And those things, people don't think those things go hand in hand. I think they go directly hand in hand. We've got competitors who love to play the game. Those are the kind of guys we target. I think you see the joy that Steph brings to the game. You see the fun that the guys are having, when we're playing. But there's an underlying fierce competitiveness that has helped us win at the highest level multiple times. And I think those are really the two kind of main values of Warriors culture. And like I said, it comes from Steph Curry.
And I wonder, Coach, how you see that sort of fitting Jimmy Butler. I get that we're in this honeymoon phase, but I wonder what you think about the sustainability of it and the fit for that culture with Jimmy Butler.
Oh, I think it's easily sustainable because, he loves to play basketball and he loves to win. And so he fits right in with our guys and what we're trying to accomplish. We lost the Philadelphia game a couple weeks ago, and he sat that game out. He had a back issue, and as soon as the game ended, he came over to me and said, "Coach, I'm sorry. I hate losing. I can't sit out any more games." And I told him, I go, you gotta stay healthy. If you have to sit out a game, you got to sit out a game. And Jimmy said, "No way. We can't lose anymore." I mean, this guy is an amazing competitor, and he plays that way. But you don't get to that level if you don't love to play the game. And he loves basketball. He loves being out on the floor, and it's been fun to watch him integrate with our guys.
Coach, is there any scenario in your career, player or coach, that you can think of that's kind of similar to what Jimmy will go through tomorrow night? Maybe KD back to OKC or even anything back in your playing days?
Well, for sure, returning to OKC, that was as emotional a night as I've ever experienced in the NBA. I'm sure there are others. I remember when I played for the Bulls, we played the Lakers when Magic Johnson decided to make his comeback, and so that game was at the Forum. Big night. A national TV. Bulls, Lakers, Magic, Michael. That was a pretty cool return and a pretty cool night. And then, of course, when Michael returned from baseball after 2 years, that game was amazing. We Market Square Arena, the Pacers, and national TV. That was just a crazy atmosphere.
I know Jimmy is a 35-year-old vet, and he can handle this. But do you say anything to him differently before the game tomorrow?
Only if I feel it. He's such a pro. He knows, what he's dealing with. He knows we've got his support. If I feel like I need to say something, I will. But my gut is I don't need to say much to Jimmy. I mean, he gets it. He's been in this league a long time, and he'll be ready to go.
Steve, when you won the last title in Chicago, it was a veteran-laden team. I was wondering if you had a talk with your vets about that year where it was Rodman at 37 and Michael was 35, and I think Ron Harper 34, and you and Scotty were 33 apiece. Has there been a time where you've shared that experience of being the older guys and still getting it done with this team?
No, I don't spend a whole lot of time, talking about my playing days, or my teams that I played on. I use the experiences that I had, with those teams in my coaching, but I don't necessarily tell them the stories. They don't want to hear that stuff. They don't want to hear about the old guy from, 30 years ago. So,
Steve, did you see that guy that scored 42 points for the Heat last night?
Sure did.
Hey, how about what?
I was excited for Wiggs. We all can't wait to see him tomorrow, and hopefully he doesn't give us 42. But I root for that guy, and I will for the rest of his career. That'll be special to see him tomorrow too.
Yeah, what kind of an interaction do you expect when you guys see him on the court?
Oh, a million hugs. Everybody loves Wiggs, as they should. Just an incredible human being, and we miss him around here. And all of his teammates just feel so much love for Wiggs. So it'll be a hug fest out there for sure.
Coach, all right, here we go. What kind of importance do you put on tomorrow night beyond the obvious, but because of the loss on Saturday? How would you kind of describe where your team is at mentally going into this one?
Oh, I think we're in a great place. I mean, you always look at the NBA kind of in segments. You can't get through the 82 if you get too emotional with every single game. And, I look at these last 20 games. We've lost 4 games, I think, since we've had Jimmy. All 4 right down to the wire, teams playing really, really well. Individual players. I mean, Quentin Grimes gets 44 on us in Philadelphia. George Niang just goes nuts the other night, in Atlanta. Aaron Gordon last week, like 39 points, whatever it was. I'm encouraged because when we have lost, teams have had to play really well to beat us, and the games have still been right there, down the stretch. So, I think we're in a good place. We've been playing consistent basketball, and each time we've lost, we've responded really well. So that's what I expect tomorrow.
Coach, big one. We're looking forward to it. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the trip out there in Miami.
All right. Sounds good, guys. Thanks for having me.
Okay, there he is, Coach Kerr, with his weekly visit right here on Willard and Dibs, all presented by Great Clips. And sports success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips is going to be great. Also brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. All right, there it is from Steve Kerr out there in Miami. I want to bring back something that he said.
Okay.
And come on now. Let's have a conversation.
Should we keep it civil, or do you want to get after each other?
Well, I allow that. Let's let that go where it goes.
Okay.
Okay? But can we, not just you and me, but all you crazy turkeys out there listening to us, can we have this conversation without it falling into you love JK or you hate JK? I want to talk Warrior basketball. We started the show on this exact subject, which is I sometimes feel like our conversation gets to a spot where there's too much talk about the individuals. In other words, I'm a Warrior fan, and I don't really care who fills up the box score. So I am prepared come playoff time that if the right thing to do for the Warriors is for Jonathan Kuminga to play 13 minutes, then I'm okay with that. And I'm not worried about the future or his mentals or his contract or anything. If that's the right thing to do, do it. If the right thing to do is to play 37 minutes of Jonathan Kuminga, great. Let's drink. That's fine too. I just want the Warriors to be good. And therefore, there is one specific conversation that we had within that with Steve that I want to bring back and highlight. Okay? Take a close listen to this. We're talking about Kuminga and fitting in to this quote-unquote new team that now has Jimmy Butler on it. Here's the first thing that Kerr said.
Well, we're still kind of, looking at the combinations and but you can see how teams are playing us. Toronto the other night, they didn't guard anybody other than Steph, and then they just sat in the paint off of everybody else. And it's not the first time we've seen that kind of defense. Memphis has done that to us for years. It's very effective, when teams have big guys like Pirtle and Scotty Barnes. Toronto had, and then Memphis has Jaren Jackson and all their lengths. When you see that, you got to figure it out. You got to figure out how you're going to handle the way they're guarding Steph. It comes down to spacing. You got to have space on the floor to make teams pay for that kind of defense.
Okay, so issue one, spacing.
Yep.
Okay,
sure.
Pocket that, and then listen to this.
We're a completely different team now since before his injury. And it's obviously because we have Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy he's the best ISO player in the league. I mean, by analytics, he's the number one ISO player in the league. So you can see, you guys are watching the games. Our style has shifted a little bit. We're playing through Jimmy, and Steph, of course. But we got to have spacing. We've got to play around Jimmy, and we're doing different things now. So we got a lot of guys over the last couple months where who are really playing well. I think Gary Payton's been one of our best players. You look at Guy and the energy that he's brought, and Buddy Hield playing well. So you got a lot of guys playing well. The team's playing well. So it's up to JK to just play as hard as he can and fit in and let it play out how it plays out.
Okay. So the first topic is spacing.
Yep.
And then the second topic is Jimmy Butler, by analytics, the best ISO player in the NBA, and we are all running everything through him.
Right.
Up to JK to fit in. I haven't brought this up yet, but what have we been saying now from the moment Jimmy arrived? My favorite word that I keep hearing is unlocked. Jimmy unlocked everybody. He unlocked Moses Moody. He unlocked Brandon Pajemski. He has unlocked Steph Curry. He's unlocked Draymond Green. And it all felt instantaneous. So why hasn't he unlocked JK?
Well, every case is different. And you heard Steve in that answer right there. And he talked about Gary, who's been playing great since Jimmy came. What Gary's been doing really great at is sitting in the corner and getting unlocked and getting the pitch pass into the corner and knocking down the three. Gary's played awesome defense the whole time, but that's one area that he's really been even better at since Jimmy's been here. Buddy Hield, the coach is praising him, and Buddy very quiet on Saturday, only took 2 shots, but since Jimmy's come, Buddy's gotten his shot back a little, and Guy Santos, while only playing 4.5 minutes on Saturday, he has become a key part of the rotation. So why hasn't he unlocked Jonathan Kuminga is the question. Well, his 2 answers. First, spacing. And when you have Jimmy Butler playing ISO ball, you want to surround him with what? shooters. It's not Jonathan Kuminga's. It's not what he does best. So Quentin Post is a guy who continues to ascend. Moses Moody has found his stroke. Brandon Pajemski last night knocked down his first 3 threes in the first quarter. He was basically their offense early on. So why hasn't he unlocked JK? Because Jimmy is an ISO player who needs space, and Kuminga's not a guy who's really going to spot up for 3 a lot. And the other piece is what Steve said at the end of that answer, which is we need JK to get out there and hustle and play hard.
Play as hard as he can was the exact quote.
Right. And if you look at Saturday, and I know it's a small sample, but that for me is the reason why he came out of the game in the third quarter and did not go back in. And Steve's answer post-game last night told you everything you need to know, which is I played the guys who I thought gave us the best chance to win. He played 6 guys in the fourth quarter, 4 of whom basically played the entire fourth quarter. And then he flip-flopped Quentin and GP2. So he looked at his team after 3 quarters and said, you don't get to play, Kavan. Sorry, Guy. JK, you're not playing anymore. I'm going with these 6. These 6 give us the best chance to win.
This is a real pickle, dude.
Yeah? Well,
no, I think, and I hate it that there's an aisle and you're supposed to be on one of the sides. But whatever side of the aisle you're on, this is cross-partisan politics now. You have to admit that this is a pickle. Doesn't matter if you love him. Doesn't matter if this is a pickle. And here's why it's a pickle. If you just detailed why that, at least on the surface, a Jimmy Butler-led Warriors team is just not perfect for JK. Doesn't mean good player, bad player, young player, old player. Right? It doesn't matter. We all know this is the best version of the Warriors.
It has been, yeah.
This is it. And we all know that they have financially signed up to make this the Warriors for the next 2 years. And if what we're saying, and it feels to me like a lot of fans see this, it feels to me like Steve Kerr is saying this, it feels like analysts are saying this, it's only been a handful of games, but if the idea is what Jonathan does really well is kind of now not really what the Warriors need him to do, we need him to be good at something else, we got a problem here.
Well, yeah.
I think.
Well, and if you want to look at it just from the JK side, if you want to reverse engineer it and put JK in for Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga is an ISO player. That's what he does best. So you take JK out due to injury, you bring in Jimmy Butler due to trade, and you replace a young ISO player who I think is improving, and he was showing signs before the injury, and you replace him with the best ISO player in basketball. Right. So now, of course, you're going to run everything when he's out there through Jimmy Butler. And the thing about Jimmy is he's going to play 35, 36 or more minutes. So can you play JK with Jimmy Butler? Well, we're figuring that out. But what the numbers are showing you is the Warriors are better with Jimmy in and JK not in. So I'm kind of with you about, like, I'm not worried about the contract in the future and all that because Jonathan's 22. I do think that he can still be a very good player in the league. It may not be here.
Well, or you may need an offseason. Like, you may need an offseason to figure this out.
And he got better from last offseason to this year.
Again, this is all coming from I want it to work out place.
And you want it to work out now.
I want it, well.
Now is more important than October.
Yes, but I mean, when I say it, I'm talking about Kuminga's future and the Golden State Warriors. Yes, I would love for that to all be together. I would love for him to continue to grow, and I would love for him to feel like this is the place for him to grow, and I would love him to become the player that he can become, but I'm going to put all of those things in the same bucket and label it doesn't matter right now. So you might need you're saying maybe it's somewhere else. I'm saying at least it may end up being the off season when you can really go, all right, we need a training camp to like rework this and figure out roles and all this. That's the other thing that I'll acknowledge is really hard for Jonathan is he's trying to do this on the fly. And he admitted right up front, he's trying to do it at a time where he doesn't want to mess everything up. And I don't think he has. I don't think he has at all. But the team has gone one step down from where they were.
Unbelievable banana land.
Right, but still winning. They're still winning more of their games than losing since he's come back. So I don't look at it and go, ooh, JK came back and it got worse. I don't look at it like that, but it did just, if you were driving down the road at 70 miles an hour, it feels like somebody hit the brakes and you're going like 58.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And real quickly that can become scary with as tight as the standings are right now. Minnesota is down by 17 third quarter in Indiana.
Good news.
Yes.
Good news there.
Yes.
I can't help but think back to the start of the year when they started the year 12-3 and JK, he was in the starting lineup for the first 3. He came off the bench in the next 12. The team was humming. JK was shooting 31% from 3, 44 from the floor, and he averaged 13 points a night over the course of 23 minutes a game. So even through the early success, JK was not yet cooking. It wasn't until right before he got injured, about a 10-game stretch where he started to be, the focal point of the non-Steph minutes, and he was the guy, and he had the ha-ha, and he was out there, he's filling it up. He had monster games, and then the ankle happened, and now you got Jimmy Butler. So I don't know if he's going to be able to get back that same role, because right now Jimmy Butler's now replaced him as the ISO Joe on this team.
Right.
And so what can Jonathan do that's not being done? Like,
pickle, man.
Well, actually, there's 4 or 5 things he can do.
This is a math equation that I don't want to solve.
Well, it's an easy solve if JK can do things that Guy does. Like, can JK decide that he wants to play a different way? And that's where,
that's tough. I mean, that's,
hustle, rebound, defend, play physical.
4 years. 4 years.
Yeah.
And like that, to me, that comment there at the end, that's tough to hear. Because I know people, he's still a young player and he doesn't have a lot of reps. If you're asking a player to play as hard as possible in year 4, that's not good. That's not good.
No.
That's not something I want to hear the coach feel like he has to say. Sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. 888-957-9570 is the number. Plenty of time for your calls next. Willard and Dibbs.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking and tasty food.
Hey, how you doing? Good.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, can I get a quick rant off that's about nothing that we've been talking about?
Rant it.
Stand on it.
Yep.
Stand on what you say.
I'm about to.
Stand on what you do.
I'm about to. Although I do think the Warriors will like what I'm about to say.
Okay.
How the hell are you going to have an expansion team come into the league and not give them the number 1 overall pick?
Right?
What the hell are we doing? I'm sitting here watching Paige Beckers, and she is nice. She is nice. UConn is up 14.
Let's go.
She is nice, and she should be a Valkyrie. But she won't be. Because we had to be fair. What am I, like, new team, first pick?
It's not that hard.
It's not that hard.
It's pretty simple.
What are we doing? Plus, oh, by the way, kind of like upon arrival, I would argue, a flagship franchise with the way both tickets have been sold, the ownership group that you have. Like, my God, the backing for the Valkyries. Have Steve Kerr and Draymond Green done a press conference in any other sort of a logo in the last 2 months? Like, they're all in on this. And what pick do we have?
5.
What did we get? 5? We didn't even get 2, 3, or 4?
No, Washington's got 2 and 3.
What are we? Look, I don't know the ins and outs
Number
of
5.
I don't know how this all came to be. But I sort of made a dumb assumption when they announced that the Valkyries were coming. And I'm like, ooh, Paige Beckers is going to play here. And my daughter was excited.
Yep.
She was excited. She's like, we can get Paige. And remember when Paige kind of started like tweeting about it or Instagram something. She put a little something out about, like, hey, Valkyries, okay, I see you. And then we get the 5th pick. Why? I don't understand that one.
And the other piece, while we're in this space, is I had it wrong during the break. You have to be, if you're a domestic player, you have to be at least 22 years old in the year of the draft.
I'm sorry, what?
You got to be 22. If you are a women's college basketball player, or if you're a late bloomer and you're still in high school,
I don't know about you.
You got to be 22.
22.
If you're an international player, you can be 20. But if you're an American, you have to be 22. And I only say this because Juju Watkins, USC.
How old is she?
19.
Oh. What?
Dude, she's 19.
You have to wait 3 years?
Yeah.
You should go get some citizenship in a different country.
Am I right? I mean, that's the way to do it. And Notre Dame's got a cadre of players who...
Man.
Juju's 19. She's already doing...
I don't get it.
I mean, she's making more from State Farm commercials in USC than she would in the WNBA.
Well, she's turning 20 this year. So, yeah, it's 22 at the age during the
your
year
draft.
Draft.
Right. 2 more years.
So she technically would count as 20 this year.
Right.
For the draft.
But to me, the ludicrous nature of it...
She's only a sophomore,
stands.
so it's normal for someone of her age.
Yes, but not if she's a man. If she was a man, she could be one and done.
Paige Beckers could have been drafted after her freshman year, and she's had to stay all 4 too. So it's no different with Juju, is all I'm saying.
Well, all I'm saying is it's an absolute sham. And if you're an international player, you're not held by the same rules. I don't understand that rationale, other than they don't want to rob women's college basketball. And I get that, but if you're an international 18-year-old, you come here for 2 seasons and then you bounce to the W.
Yeah.
I don't know.
South Dakota State, 22. Paige Beckers, 21.
Yeah.
Oh, and the rest of UConn has 22 more points also.
Yeah.
Beckers is being outscored by her opponent by a point right now. Only a point. She's fantastic. I don't know if you've all ever watched her play before. She got the ha-ha. She does.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God, she's good.
Step back 3 right in your eye.
Oh, my God.
She'll look good in the Valkyries.
She's 8 for 10 from the field tonight. What are you going to say, Grandy? You look like you got something to say.
I mean, yeah, just great competition from the South Dakota State. Whoever they are. Jackrabbits?
Yeah, like,
look at you.
Who are they?
Are they?
Are they?
The Jackrabbits?
Who are you? Yeah, the Jackrabbits. You nailed it. You nailed it.
Do you know that, or are you just saying?
No, I do know that.
Okay.
I do know that.
Why do you know that?
Because I bet a lot of Summit League this year.
Okay.
And the men, the South Dakota State men, they like to get up and down. Jackrabbits.
Who doesn't?
They'll put up 98 on you now.
Okay.
Couldn't handle
They'll
Omaha.
give up 101.
Yeah, at times. Anyway. Yeah, we laid the 28.5. So
yeah, we did.
Suddenly we're Paige. How do you say it? Beckers. We're suddenly all about Paige Beckers.
Bukers.
Totally.
Hey, I got fun news from the National Basketball Association. The Lakers and Wolves are both getting their patooties kicked. Yeah, let's go, Dubs, on a night off. The Wolves are down by 22 to start the fourth quarter in Indiana, and the Lakers are down by 16 with just ticks left to go in the third quarter in Orlando. Dude, the Western Conference is weird this year.
Yep.
It's really weird. I will forever not understand what's happening with the Minnesota Timberwolves. And they were looking, right? They'd recently won maybe 8 or 9 in a row. And I was like, this is what I expected them to look like.
And you've been saying it. Like,
I know.
They're coming.
They're coming because they got healthy and they're really good. And then as soon as they got all the way back and got right even with the Warriors, they've just been losing weird basketball games. And tonight they're getting blown off the floor against the Pacers. So that is weird. It's time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Warriors made, count them up, 16 three-pointers Saturday in Atlanta. They needed to make 26. But anyway, it's another donation from Pettinelli to Autism Society San Francisco. Hey, Pods, he had 5. Quentin Post and Moody, 3 apiece. Handful of others chipped in. That is the 47th donation of the season for Triples for Autism, which is a wonderful cause, and we hope that you get involved and donate too. You can go to sfautismsociety.org. Triples for Autism is brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to pettinellifp.com. Now, we got to go, Shorty. It's your birthday tomorrow on our show because this basketball game tomorrow night is going to start at 4:30. But I just want to let everybody know right now to make sure that you are locked and loaded starting immediately with the roast tomorrow morning because this is going to be a massive day on 95.7 The Game. You'd be crazy to be anywhere else. The whole basketball world is going to be focused on one city, and it is Miami, Florida, as Jimmy Butler returns to take on the Miami Heat. And don't forget, Andrew Wiggins will be going against the Golden State Warriors, which is kind of fun too. And so it's a big day. We're going to have it covered from tons of angles, and we will literally take you right up to the tip-off of the basketball game, which should happen shortly after 4:30 tomorrow afternoon.
Really looking forward to it. Kaboom. Is he the announcer for the Heat? Kaboom. That'd be great if we get him on the stage.
That was Wiggins' first bucket.
Andrew Wiggins' first bucket, and he was, who was the player he called him?
I don't know.
He did
that's right, he got it wrong.
Yeah, he did not.
Duncan Robinson. Kaboom.
Was it Alec Burks? Another former Warrior?
It was Alec Burks. Alec Burks, come here. Yeah. Welcome to Miami, Andrew. We literally don't know who you are.
Are we getting him on, the announcers? Anyone? Do we have any...
I thought you meant Wiggins.
Any booked highlights? Do we have any guest highlights for tomorrow? Because you built it up great. You don't want to be anywhere other than here.
Yeah, I'm sure. We're working on some things.
Okay, good.
I ain't give it all away right now. Working on some things. But we got a shorty, man. We're gonna get in, get out, get on, play basketball.
I can see if I can get us Pat Riley. Now, not that Pat Riley, but it's a guy I went to junior college with named Pat Riley.
A different Pat Riley.
He is a Pat Riley.
Okay, we'll take him.
I'll look into it.
We'll take him.
Yep.
I got a little thing tomorrow night that's a problem. You know how I can't stand recording sports?
Right.
Can't stand it.
Right.
I do not want to watch it recorded. Yeah.
You got a thing?
Jude's got baseball, 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock Little League.
Right, and you're coaching. Coaching?
I'm coaching.
You coaching?
Although not tomorrow night because I've kind of removed myself from weekday coaching.
Gotcha.
Because I'm usually not there.
Right.
But yeah, we're gonna have to figure it out tomorrow night, man. Have to figure it. Don't be texting me.
Yeah,
don't be telling me what's going on. I don't want to know.
Usually don't, and
that's true.
4:30 tip is tough too because you jump on BART, you get off BART, and you're watching on your phone. Then you get home, and it's go outside, go outside. We can't go outside, honey. Jimmy's getting booed in Miami.
It's a beautiful night, though.
Yeah.
Beautiful night. Grandy, what are you doing here in 3 minutes?
We're going to hear Steve Kerr coming up in a little bit, and then Steiny and Goo debating if the Warriors are actually a good defensive team or not. After Saturday, we don't really know, I guess.
We don't know. But we do know that Grandy, who is going to talk on the radio next, is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
I can't wait.
Yeah, me too. Let's do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Express yourself with personalized cafe.